Chapter 1551. The reason why Hui Mutian, Void Spirit, and the others took out their treasures was because they never thought that the kid from the outside world would be able to defeat them. They took out their treasures because that guy insisted on seeing their treasures before accepting the challenge. Secondly, they wanted to prove the strength of their families in front of the other families. If others had treasures, so did they. When they saw Du Xiaofu seal their treasures, they didn't take it to heart. They didn't believe that the seal could truly seal their treasures. They also disdained to rely on their treasures to defeat Du Xiaofu. If they had to rely on their treasures to defeat Du Xiaofu in the end, it would be a loss of face for them. What's more, those treasures were connected to their primordial spirit. It was almost impossible to cut them off. Therefore, those treasures were probably placed there. That kid couldn't take them away even if he wanted to. They could take them back at any time. But now, Hui Mutian, Zhang Wenjing, and the others were completely heartbroken. The treasures had been taken away. They didn't know what had happened, but the connection with them had been completely cut off. Now, it could be said that they had really lost those treasures. At first, they didn't care, but now that they had really lost their treasures, they were all crying. It was too late for regrets. Bastard, that guy is too deceitful. He did it on purpose. That guy deliberately cheated us of our treasures. After the young experts of the 9 families recovered from their shock, they began to curse one by one. Especially for Zhang Wenjing, Void Spirit, and the others. They had lost their treasures. It would be difficult for them to explain when they went back. What they had lost were not ordinary treasures. At this moment, Du Xiaofu directly returned to the courtyard where he was staying. As for those treasures that had been cut off from Zhang Wenjing and the others, the reason was very simple. Du Xiaofu had hidden the purple lightning profound cauldron in the ancient desolate space. Du Xiaofu had placed the world-shaking plate, profound radiance void sword, and other treasures in the purple lightning profound cauldron. Not to mention cutting off the connection, no one could find them. Not long after, Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the rest also returned to the courtyard in a grandiose manner, arriving outside Du Xiaofu's room. Lord War God, you're in trouble now. The 9 great families and the dragons are all cursing you. Yu Bufan was still in shock. He reminded Du Xiaofu that the people in the square were still cursing and scolding the god of battle for swindling treasures. Indeed, at this moment, Yu Bufan and the others were convinced that the war god in front of them was clearly trying to cheat the 9 great families of their treasures. This guy clearly could have defeated Han Qianran, but he hid his strength, causing the 9 great families and the dragons to take out their treasures to challenge him. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Not to mention the 9 great families and the dragons, even Yu Bufan himself felt heartache for them. All they can do is curse. They won't lose any meat if they curse. Could it be that after losing the treasure, they won't even let others curse at them? Could it be that they dare to challenge me? Du Xiaofu's face was full of smiles. He was indifferent and did not mind. Hearing this, Yu Bufan and Mu Yuming could only feel helpless. Indeed, who would dare to challenge the war god now? War god, where did you come from? Mu Yuming was very curious. He was very clear about the younger generation of Kyushu. Even Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingge and the others couldn't possibly have such strength. It was rumored that Dongli Qihuang was killed by the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The guy in front of him might even be stronger than the Demon King. Such a character didn't have any reputation in Kyushu before. It was too abnormal. I came from a remote place. This time, I came out to sweep away all my peers in the world. Du Xiaofu patted his chest, looking very arrogant and domineering. Little friend war god, are you here? An old voice sounded. A white-haired old man walked in with a smile on his face. His aura was completely restrained, but the invisible aura he exuded still made the hearts of many legalisms, young men and women tremble. Who are you? Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming and the others dispersed. Du Xiaofu appeared in the crowd and asked the old man with a smile. This old man is Shang Yin, ranked 8th among the legalism elders. Little friend, if you give me face, you can call me 8th elder or Elder Shang. Shang Yin said with a smile, but his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. Not long ago, he was also present at the martial-proof stage. The scene of the battle made him feel incredulous. It's the legalism elder. Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming and the others were stunned. Then, they respectfully stood on both sides and bowed, not daring to breathe. Seeing that Shang Yin was extremely polite and smiling, Du Xiaofu also nodded and asked, "A dignified elder came to find me. Could it be that tomorrow's battle has been cancelled? Could it be that the kid in your legalism wants to privately ask me to let him go?" Du Xiaofu could tell that the person who spoke last must be a young man. He hid behind Han Qianran, which was enough to show his strength and also proved the foundation of legalism. Listening to Du Xiaofu's words, Shang Yinlao could only smile bitterly. This brat was really as daring as the rumors in the clan had said. Shang Yin's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Tomorrow's battle is your own business. You're all young people, it's good to learn from each other. Maybe you can learn from each other and advance further." Shang Yin's voice paused for a moment, looking around, then continued to smile at Du Xiaofu. "It's all because those idiots didn't know how to do things. This old man came today because I can't wrong little friend. With little friend's talent and strength, you're qualified to be a distinguished guest of legalism. How can you stay here? Come with this old man, you should stay somewhere else." "Where to?" Du Xiaofu asked. Shang Yin smiled and said, "Legalism's core." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, a trace of righteousness flashed across his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go take a look inside." Then, Du Xiaofu bid farewell to Yu Bufan and Mu Yuming and left with Shang Yin. He's been valued by legalism. From now on, he's going to have a bright future. With his strength, he defeated Han Qianran, the number 1 of legalism's younger generation. Naturally, he'll be valued by legalism, and it'll be more than just a little. Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the others were envious. He was personally invited by the 8th elder, and was valued by legalism. His future was unimaginable. In the air, Du Xiaofu sat on one of the 8th elder's beast-revered realm demonic beasts, and looked down at the vast and boundless land of treasures. "That's my legalism's beast mountain, a place to cultivate beasts. In front is my legalism's herb field, where natural treasures and spiritual herbs are cultivated. On the left, there's a mine that produces all kinds of refining materials. Everything here is from ancient times. Anything here is rare in the outside world, and some are even unheard of in the outside world." Shang Yin explained to Du Xiaofu. What a rich heritage. Du Xiaofu didn't have a good impression of legalism, but at this moment, he couldn't help but tremble. The beast mountain below was endless, hundreds of thousands of miles long. The herb field was vast, like a vast plain. The mine was towering and endless. The top forces in the outside world simply didn't have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath. Roar, the 8th elder, Shang Yin, seemed to be doing this on purpose. He brought Du Xiaofu over to the Beast Mountain, where countless demonic beasts with ancient bloodlines roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Once these demonic beasts reached their peak, they would all be terrifying existences. Flying over the herb field, the fragrance of herbs filled the air and the light shone. Countless spiritual herbs and precious herbs were thriving. Precious herbs that were rarely seen in the outside world were densely packed in the herb field. For example, treasures like the golden tree and the 7-colored spiritual vine were also shining in the herb field. They were not inferior to the grass of immortality and dark insight grass. They could be used as medicine, and once they gained spiritual intelligence, they would be even more amazing. The mine was continuous, and in some of the caves, there were even strange phenomena that soared into the sky, proving that they contained shocking treasures and materials. Such a place made Du Xiaofu's eyes red with envy, and his blood was pumping. "Where are you from, little friend?" Shang Yin looked at Du Xiaofu, secretly noticing the change in expression on his face, and asked with a smile. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses, straightened his body, and said, "I'm from a remote place. This is my first time leaving the mountain." "Little friend, do you plan to join my legalism?" Shang Yin continued to ask. "Why should I join legalism?" Du Xiaofu asked with a smile. Shang Yin smiled. "Join my school of legalism. With your talent, you'll be able to receive the full support of my school of legalism. You'll be able to use all the cultivation resources, and you'll be able to read the experiences left behind by the seniors of my school of legalism at any time. Before long, you'll definitely become the strongest existence in the world." Shang Yin paused for a moment and looked around. "Everything within the school of legalism will also be yours when the time comes." "So good," Du Xiaofu was very surprised and tempted. He then shook his head and said to Shang Yin, "I'm afraid that won't work. I have already beaten up so many people in your legalism, and they will definitely hate me to death. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and the most outstanding will be swept away by the current. If I join legalism, they will definitely ostracize someone as outstanding as me, and I will not be able to blend in with the masses. The strong are destined to be accompanied by loneliness." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Shang Yin suddenly felt that he couldn't continue. If he didn't see the serious expression on Du Xiaofu's face, he would even suspect that Du Xiaofu was fooling him. However, he was the 8th elder of legalism, and no matter how bold this kid was, he wouldn't dare to play with him. Then, Shang Yin looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The strong will only be respected by others, and the strong should not be accompanied by loneliness, but by beauties. There are countless beauties in my legalism, and I don't know if you have someone in mind. If you can become a couple with a beauty in my legalism, then you will completely become a member of my legalism. With your talent, you might even become the new lord of my legalism, and walk to the peak of this world." "How tempting!" Du Xiaofu licked his lips and suddenly looked at Shang Yin seriously. His expression changed, and he asked, "But you mean to say that you want me, the invincible war god, to marry into your legalism?" "This," Shang Yin smiled and said, "this is not considered marrying into your family. My legalism is all-inclusive and can accommodate all things. When the time comes, you young people can do whatever you want." Before Shang Yin could finish his sentence, Du Xiaofu interrupted him. He curled his lips and said in a serious tone, "Actually, marrying into the family isn't a big deal. I just don't know how the beauties of your school of legalism are like. If they're beautiful, I can definitely consider it." Chapter 1552. Elder Shang Yin's face twitched, but he still nodded with certainty and said, "The beauties of the school of legalism are not just beautiful. They're otherworldly and devastatingly beautiful. It's said that they're even ranked as the top 10 beauties of the school of legalism. None of them are married yet. This time, many factions and families have come, and the younger generations all want to see them. Some are even begging for marriage." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Shang Yin suddenly felt like he had become a matchmaker. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. He looked at Shang Yin and licked his lips. "There are 10 beauties? Really? Are they all devastatingly beautiful?" "Of course, they are all devastatingly beautiful." Shang Yin nodded affirmatively. He looked at the kid's shining eyes. He seemed to be a bit lecherous. Young people really couldn't escape from the word lust. "This is difficult. How am I supposed to choose if they are all devastatingly beautiful?" Du Xiaofu suddenly had a headache. "It's okay. If you really want, I can arrange for you to marry one of the 10 beauties. Just choose the one you like the most." Shang Yin's old face was embarrassed. He felt like he was a pimp at this moment. This kid could like anything, but he was so lecherous. As a cultivator, shouldn't he be more interested in cultivation? However, if he could let this kid stay in legalism, It would be worth it. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said to Shang Yin, "This won't do. If I only choose one, what about the other 9? They will be disappointed. I am so outstanding, I shouldn't only belong to one. Elder, can I marry all of them?" "You want to marry all of them?" Shang Yin's old face twitched. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a dry throat. This little bastard. Shang Yin cursed in his heart. What did this kid think the top 10 beauties of legalism were? Not to mention the top 10 beauties, even the women of legalism were not qualified to be touched by outsiders. If he could make this kid stay in legalism and focus on legalism in the future, it wouldn't be a problem to marry one of them. But now, this kid had opened his mouth and wanted to marry all 10 beauties. How big was his appetite? If word got out, legalism would lose a lot of face. Looking at Shang Yinlao's troubled expression, Du Xiaofu made a heartache and said, "If 10 isn't enough, then 9 is fine too. How about 8? 7 is the minimum. 6 is the bottom line. 5, but 5 is too little, we've arrived. In front of us is the core area of legalism. Normally, only the core disciples of legalism can enter." Shang Yin felt as if he had been pardoned. He had finally reached his destination and no longer needed to be tortured. There was no way he could continue chatting with that brat. Du Xiaofu followed Shang Yin's gaze and saw an ancient city in front of them. It seemed to be standing on top of a vast mountain that had been severed. The ancient city was tall and majestic, with a majestic aura. Looking at it from afar, it seemed to be floating in the sky. It was so vast and magnificent that it made people feel insignificant. The ancient city was so huge that one couldn't see the end. The energy of heaven and earth overflowed like mist. "Mother, sister, are you inside?" Du Xiaofu looked at the majestic ancient city and shouted in his heart. Du Xiaofu had agreed to come to the core area of legalism because he wanted to see if he could see his mother and sister. The demonic beast mount landed at the foot of the mountain, and Shang Yin led Du Xiaofu up the city. Even the elders of legalism couldn't easily fly over here. That was disrespectful to the ancestors of the clan. "Greetings, 8th elder." Along the way, the disciples of legalism bowed one after another. All of them had extraordinary temperaments and were extraordinarily charming. "Is he the guy called the War God?" "He's a fierce person. I heard that he fused 3 spiritual lightnings and defeated second brother. All the people of the clans were defeated and lost a lot of treasures. Now they are all with him. He has dozens of treasures on him." In the city, countless disciples of legalism looked at the back of the battle suit from afar and pointed at it. Their expressions were very complicated, but no one dared to look down on it. Even Han Qianran, who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation of legalism, was defeated. Although that arrogant guy was arrogant, he was definitely qualified to be arrogant. In this world where strength was respected, strength was everything. It was the same in legalism. All the people of the clans are here. The dragons, phoenixes, demon vultures, and the descendants of the demon realm are here. Shang Yin brought Du Xiaofu to an ancient courtyard. The surroundings were flowing with mist and multicolored light. It was a treasure land that ordinary people couldn't set foot in. "It's that guy. Why is he here?" The people of the clans saw Du Xiaofu from afar. Suddenly, many people rushed out and looked at him from afar. They were surprised to see that guy here. "He is valued by legalism," Qi Jiajun said from afar. His heart was in pain. He was thinking about how to take back the infinite glorious star spear. If he lost the infinite glorious star spear this time, he would be too ashamed to go back. "Little friend, you can rest here first. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to pick you up and take you to the martial-proof platform. Regardless of tomorrow's result, little friend, you will be a distinguished guest of legalism." Shang Yin said and arranged a secluded ancient courtyard for Du Xiaofu. There were many servants waiting at the side. Shang Yin was going to leave. He didn't want to be entangled by this kid anymore. Elder Shang, can I walk around? Du Xiaofu asked Shang Yin. Yes, I will arrange someone to show you around. Without leaving a trace, Shang Yin nodded and didn't refuse. I think a few of the 10 beauties should just come and accompany me. Don't tell me the school of legalism doesn't even have the slightest bit of sincerity? Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Shang Yin with a perverted look. Okay, Shang Yin was stunned for a moment. In the end, he reluctantly nodded. Not long after, 2 stunning beauties arrived. They slowly walked over, causing uproar and screams. It's Han Luoyu and Li Mi. Why are they here? 2 of the 10 beauties. Why are they here? Both of them were 24 or 25 years old. On the left side, their hair was in a bun. Their eyes were bright and beautiful. They were elegant and charming. The one on the right side was like a crane. She was graceful and elegant. She had a smooth jade face and a graceful appearance. Many people followed them all the way to the courtyard where Du Xiaofu was. Their eyes were filled with infatuation. Both of them had some resentment on their faces. It seemed that they had suffered some grievances before coming here. Why are there only 2 of you? Are you the 10 beauties? You can barely be considered beauties. Du Xiaofu came out, looked at the 2 women in front of him, and gave an evaluation. Obviously, he thought that they were too few. You, hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the beautiful and charming woman on the left was about to get angry. What did he mean by only 2? How could he say that they could only be considered beauties? That guy was too hateful. The woman on the right stopped the woman on the left. Then she looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile and said, My name is Han Luoyu. This is Sister Li Mi. The 8th elder asked us to show you around. Did the 8th elder only tell you this? Didn't he tell you that if I am satisfied, I will marry you? Du Xiaofu asked the 2 women, puzzled. Du Xiaofu's words were very loud and immediately spread. What? That guy wants to marry Han Luoyu and Li Mi. That guy wants to marry too, and the 8th elder agreed. Suddenly, many young people around were heartbroken and couldn't stand still. Zhang Wenjing, aren't you interested in Han Luoyu? It seems that your fiancé is going to marry someone else. Haha, in the distance, someone laughed. He was Hui Mutian. He could see that Zhang Wenjing had been thinking about the legalism's Han Lu. Chapter 1553. In the distance, Zhang Wenjing from the school of vertical and horizontal had an ugly and gloomy expression. Ever since he met Han Luoyu, he had been pursuing her, but he hadn't succeeded yet. Now that he saw Han Luoyu standing in front of that guy, he already felt like he was meeting an enemy. After being ridiculed by Hui Mutian, his expression became even more gloomy. You're shameless. None of us will marry you. Li Mi was panting with anger. She was one of the 10 beauties of legalism. Not only was she pursued by the legalism youths, but she was also pursued by the youths of the other 8 families. But now, this brat actually wanted to marry the 2 of them. He even wanted to hug them left and right. How could she stand it? Han Luoyu was also very speechless right now. Although the 8th elder did not say it explicitly, she could tell what he was trying to say. He wanted the young man to stay in the school of legalism as much as possible. Even if he wanted them to get married, the clan would agree. With his talent, the family didn't want to miss out on him. They wanted to keep him in an important position. Originally, a person who could defeat her second brother, Han Qianran, wouldn't be wronged. Today, they also saw that guy on the martial proof stage. He was handsome and had a good temperament. However, after hearing this young man's words, Han Luoyu couldn't bring herself to smile. Du Xiaofu said seriously, Wrong, not the 2 of you. The 8th elder promised at least 6 of you. He wants me to marry 6 of your so-called 10 beauties. What? That guy wants to marry 6 of the 10 beauties? And the 8th elder promised. When the surrounding legalism youths heard this, they were shocked and their hearts shattered. Legalism is trying to seduce. In the distance, Qi Jiajun curled his lips and raised his eyebrows. Looks like legalism is really going to make a move. They're going to put in a lot of effort. In the distant pavilion, Huang Ling smiled as she watched from afar. That brat isn't weak. If Sister Ling is willing to fight, I reckon that legalism's 10 beauties combined won't be his match. In the pavilion, a beautiful woman with a devilish smile said to Huang Linger. Huang Linger faintly smiled without a single speck of dust. She revealed an indescribably ethereal smile and said, "If Big Sister Hongni wants to, then the 10 beauties of legalism would be even more unstoppable. If we can bring Big Sister Hongni back to the demon realm, then it would be quite nice." "Ha ha," the girl giggled. The saint child rose and fell gracefully as she said, "If I bring him back to the demon realm, I'm afraid legalism will suffer a great loss this time." "You want to marry 6? In front of the courtyard, Li Mi was stunned. Her eyes widened as she stared at Du Xiaofu. She then stomped her foot and scolded, "In your dreams. Don't even think about marrying any of them. The 8th elder has promised me. If you don't want to, you can go to the 8th elder." Du Xiaofu raised his head and said nonchalantly, "Anyway, it's 6 out of 10. They might not necessarily marry you." Li Mi's cheeks puffed up. This guy actually dared to say that he didn't like her. This was too much. "Little sister Li Mi, don't be angry. This war god friend is only joking." Han Luoyu smiled and comforted Li Mi. The 8th elder had told him that he had to keep this young man in the school of legalism. However, the school of legalism would probably not agree to him marrying 6 women. He was just playing around. "I'm not joking," Du Xiaofu said in a serious manner. "I'll take you around then. Legalism is very big and has many beautiful places." Han Luoyu smiled and wanted to change the topic. "Are there any secret realms or treasure grounds that I can visit?" Du Xiaofu asked. Han Luoyu smiled and said, "If you stay in legalism in the future, then you can visit all of those places. We don't have enough time today, so we can go to other places first." "Okay, I'll let the 6 of you accompany me in the future." Du Xiaofu nodded with a serious look on his face. "In your dreams." Li Mi gritted her teeth and said with hatred. Han Luoyu looked at the surrounding people and didn't want to continue this topic. She pulled Li Mi and Du Xiaofu away. "You two have to stay close to me. We need to cultivate our relationship first," Du Xiaofu said seriously and followed them. He directly ran between the 2 girls and hugged them in each arm, his hands unceremoniously placed on their slender waist. Crack crack, at this scene, the surrounding youths seemed to hear the sound of their hearts breaking. "Pervert!" In the distance, Li Mi and Han Luoyu immediately dodged, but they couldn't get rid of Du Xiaofu. Under countless hateful gazes, his back gradually disappeared. The ancient city seemed to have been passed down from the ancient times. Everywhere was filled with ancient mottled traces. Many places were beautiful and pleasant. Du Xiaofu was led by Han Luoyu and Li Mi everywhere they went. The place was bustling with people pointing and discussing. There were even young geniuses following behind him all along the way. They seemed to be supervising because they were afraid that they, Han Luoyu, and Li Mi would be taken advantage of by that fellow. When they saw that fellow taking advantage of them all along the way, the hearts of those young geniuses couldn't help but bleed. Good cabbages have all been taken by pigs. All the young geniuses beat their chests and stomped their feet. They felt extremely pained and their hearts were bleeding without end. "What are the names of the 10 beauties of legalism? Is the true strongest in the younger generation of legalism the fellow that's going to challenge me on the martial proof platform tomorrow? Is there really no one that's more beautiful or stronger?" All along the way, Du Xiaofu was constantly cursed by Li Mi, and she didn't have the time to ask some questions. But unfortunately, the final result caused Du Xiaofu to be slightly disappointed. He didn't get any information that he wanted. Du Xiaofu also didn't meet the person he wanted to see as he strolled around the ancient city. Moreover, it was still early today, but there were no more battles on the martial proof platform. after more than 10 shocking battles, who would dare to go up and embarrass themselves. For the various clans, the representatives of the various clans had all suffered a crushing defeat. The remaining people didn't have the mood to go up and fight. The countless spectators in the surroundings had already left long ago. They were waiting for tomorrow's battle on the martial-proof platform. It was very difficult for other people's battles to arouse their interest. The ancient city was vast. Du Xiaofu didn't come back until dusk. Anyway, it won't be long before we get married. Why don't you guys stay tonight? We can study cultivation together. The type of male and female dual cultivation. We can even sleep on the same bed. Go to hell. I hope that Brother Ingmo will ravage you tomorrow. Li Mi interrupted Du Xiaofu's words and turned to leave without looking back. She had endured enough today. That fellow was simply a bastard. Others admired and respected her with a graceful demeanor, but this fellow was a hooligan and a bastard. Rest early. Han Luoyu bowed and smiled. She was much more polite than Li Mi. You guys don't like studying male and female dual cultivation and don't like sleeping on the same bed. We can still discuss life together and discuss our ideals. If you want to leave, don't all leave. Leave. Sigh. Du Xiaofu stood outside the gate of the courtyard. He was very reluctant and disappointed. After a while, he sighed helplessly and entered the courtyard. That fellow is too arrogant. I really hope that Brother Ingmo will ravage him tomorrow. The legalism youths who were watching from afar also began to disperse. They were all hateful and the atmosphere was very tense. At night, the stars were bright and the moon was dim. At the peak of the mountain, vast clouds and mist rose, auspicious and sacred. In the ancient mottled stone pavilion surrounded by lush greenery, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. His light purple hair fluttered in the wind. You lost your composure today. The purple-haired young man spoke. His voice was very calm. It was so calm that there was no fluctuation in his tone. Yes, I lost my composure. Behind the purple-haired young man, Han Qianran's face was pale. He raised his eyes slightly and said to the purple-haired young man, I didn't expect that I couldn't defeat him even if I fought personally. He is very strong. He is indeed very strong. He is stronger than I thought. He is also very bold. I was wondering why he didn't come with his personality. So that's why. The purple-haired young man raised his eyebrows slightly. On his handsome face, there was a pair of cold eyes that made people look at him. It was as if he was an Azura looking at the moonlit night. You know who he is? Han Qianran was surprised. I'm afraid that I'm not the only one who knows. There should be some others who have guessed it. The purple-haired young man's tone was still as calm as ever. He said softly, I'm just curious. A person who doesn't even have a heart can still reach this step. Is there really anyone in this world who can't die? It makes me curious. You mean, he is due? Han Qianran's body trembled violently. The purple-haired young man said softly, After all, he has the blood of my aunt in him. He rose in the outside world. But he shouldn't have come. Chapter 1554. Rumble. The collapse of the divine diagram was like a world falling. In an instant, it drowned the void and brought the whole world into this terrifying world. It made people feel as if they had passed through time and space and entered another world. In this world, everything was under Han Ingmo's control. That was his domain, his world, and he was the ruler of everything. What a terrifying Han Ingmo! His magic power is like nature itself, perfectly fused together. His attack is much stronger than Han Qianran's full strength. The representatives of the various clans, the dragons, Long Wu and Huang Ling of the Phoenix clan suddenly exclaimed and turned pale with fright. Han Ingmo's cultivation was actually so terrifying. His attack was so terrifying. Du Xiaofu's expression also changed slightly. This Han Ingmo was indeed very strong. This was Du Xiaofu's evaluation, but he was only very strong. Rumble, Du Xiaofu made his move, directly activating the silver-gold lightning giant tree. It appeared in that world, towering and sprouting. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, thunder clouds rolled, and explosions were endless. 3 types of spiritual lightning, the mysterious spiritual root, and the power of the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique. Du Xiaofu merged into one, bringing along a terrifying supreme aura that swept out. Rumble, on the Marshall-proof platform, explosions were endless. Bright light shone, as if a world was also exploding. Runes were shattered and reborn, and space was shattered and restored. The silver-gold lightning giant tree was crushed by that world, but then the lightning giant tree took root and sprouted again, endlessly, and even devoured a part of the energy for its own use. That world was vast, crushing everything, including the lightning giant tree, wanting to suppress it. Countless ferocious beasts roared inside, and there were even the roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and turtles. It was very mysterious, and its attack power was incomparably terrifying. The confrontation between the two was direct and simple. In an instant, the space on the Marshall-proof platform exploded, as if the blazing sun was being torn apart. Oh my God, it's too terrifying! That terrifying collision, just the power that spread out, made the surrounding creatures crawl and tremble, all of their hairs standing on end. If an ordinary expert who had just ascended to the domain realm were to be affected by that terrifying power, he or she would be instantly destroyed and his or her divine soul would be destroyed. He's really strong, to be able to fight Brother Ing Mo to this extent. Li Mi's eyes flickered as she sighed in her heart. Although she somewhat disliked that arrogant brat, at this moment, she had no choice but to admit that the arrogant brat was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Boom, the power of the spell condensed into a world, but it was still unable to suppress the giant lightning tree. Han Ningma's expression changed slightly, and at the same time, his hair trembled. That world became even more resplendent. Then, the dazzling vortex spun and turned into a bottomless, boundless, and terrifying vortex filled with chaos chi. The vortex descended from the 9 heavens, intending to devour the lightning tree and Du Xiaofu as well. Du Xiaofu raised his head and formed a hand seal. With a wave of his hand, the silver-gold lightning tree turned into a long spear. Sizzle, it was the condensation of the 3 types of spiritual lightning and the mysterious spiritual root. The long spear gathered tens of thousands of lightning bolts, like silver-gold lightning pythons lingering around it, and runes erupted. Finally, the long spear soared into the sky like a flying dragon. The long spear was accompanied by rolling thunder, and it directly pierced into the vast vortex. Rumble, at this moment, the space on the Marshall-proof platform exploded, and the vast vortex exploded continuously. In the rumbling sound, the vortex exploded one after another. Cold, the runes were destroyed, and countless broken electric arcs scattered in all directions, drowning the vast space. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled incessantly. Then, everything disappeared, including the long spear and the vortex. Only the 2 youths on the Marshall-proof platform were standing in the air, their robes and hair fluttering in the wind. It seems like it's a draw. In the shocking collision, the surrounding people regained their senses, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Especially Han Qianran and the experts of the Han family. They could not believe that the arrogant youth was actually able to fight Han Ningma to a draw. The eyes of the legalism elders in the distance were filled with dazzling light, and their faces changed as their hearts rose and fell. Han Ningma stood in the air. His skin was crystal clear, and there were strange runes flashing on the surface of his body, flowing with a mysterious power. His indifferent eyes were black and white. However, his eyes were cold and locked onto Du Xiaofu's body. He said calmly, "You indeed have the strength to defeat Han Qianran. His defeat is not unjust. You will also lose. I am invincible." Du Xiaofu was just Han Ningma. His indifferent eyes carried a kind of arrogance and disdain, and his calm tone carried a kind of contempt, which made Du Xiaofu feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Invincible, that requires true strength, and you are far from enough. There are some existences in this world that are beyond your imagination. Han Ningma said calmly, looking at Du Xiaofu, since you're here, why are you hiding? You should not exist in this world, you should have died back then, but why are you still alive? Could it be that you want to prove something? I respect life, so I will give you a chance to let you know that from the beginning to the end, no matter how strong you are in the outside world, you are just a weak existence in the outside world. You are the bloodline abandoned by the legalism, not worthy to exist in the bloodline of the legalism. You will pollute the bloodline of the legalism, and you are destined to die, don't you think so? Han Ningma's indifferent words were very calm. His words spread throughout the surroundings, causing countless disciples of the legalism to be puzzled, and some even could not understand the coldness in his words. Swoosh, swoosh, but at this moment, from the legalism, countless old people's gazes suddenly fell on Du Xiaofu, and there were many hidden auras that descended. Han Qianran, Qin Zhe, Li Chuya and the others' gazes also suddenly changed, and they looked directly at the young man in battle robes in the void above the martial-proof platform. In the end I was exposed. Du Xiaofu was in the air, looking at Han Ningma, and there was a light in the depths of his eyes, and a faint golden light began to surge. What's wrong? Is it strange? Are you surprised that I know? Han Ningma smiled faintly and said, You hid very well, and should have the magical power to change your appearance, but your personality will not change. I guess that you would definitely come. You dual cultivate martial arts and talisman masters, but so do I. The presence of the spiritual root in the power of your soul is very well hidden, but that's the heavenly soul spiritual root of my school of legalism. No matter how you try to hide it, you won't be able to escape my detection. So, your so-called war god is the abandoned bloodline of the legalism. You came back this time to find an opportunity to prove yourself. If you want to step into the legalism, then you have to show me enough strength to satisfy me, or you will always be faced with contempt and disdain. Now I can give you this opportunity, a chance to fight with me with all your strength, but in the end, you may be very miserable, and you may not have a tomorrow. Of course, you can refuse, but once you refuse, you can piss off back to where you came from. Don't ever set foot in my school of legalism again. As for your other debts, someone will come and settle them with you when the time comes. As for me, I can't be bothered to attack you today. Chi-Chi. When Han Ningma's voice fell, the countless gazes of the entire square stopped on Du Xiaofu. Could he be? Many people had already guessed the reason, and were shocked, in disbelief, and even doubtful. If it's possible, I don't want to set foot in the school of legalism at all. You know very well whether I want to come or whether the school of legalism has gone to such great lengths to invite me back. As for the abandoned bloodline of the legalism, how laughable is that? My father is Du Tingxian, and I am a descendant of the Du family. I am even a descendant of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, but I have nothing to do with the legalism, and I do not care to have anything to do with the legalism, because I am Du Xiaofu, the Rock Emperor of the Barren Country, the Demon King Du Xiaofu. As his voice came out, Du Xiaofu's voice became louder and louder. When he finally finished speaking, the sound waves were like the explosion of heavenly thunder, echoing around the square and engulfing the entire legalism. It shook the eardrums of everyone, and it caused the hearts and souls of countless people to tremble. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's face wriggled, and his limbs and bones began to change. His facial muscles contracted and changed, and the surface of his body was covered with runes. Then, under the astonished gazes of all around, the young man in battle armor began to change. His figure became taller and more slender, and his handsome face had a kind of fortitude and determination. His eyes were clear, and his black hair danced behind his head. At this moment, runes filled the air, and the young man in battle armor floated in the air, revealing his true appearance, and appeared in the legalism. He once again came to the legalism, and with an unstoppable momentum, he domineeringly swept away the young representatives of the dragons and the 9 great clans, and with an incomparably arrogant attitude, he stepped onto the martial-proof stage. He was the rock emperor of the barren country, the demon king Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1555. It's really him. Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan and Ninefold Spirit of the Buddhist clan both changed their expressions. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble violently. They were originally guessing that the war god was similar to him and had a familiar demeanor. And now, that familiar young man had appeared on the martial-proof platform. It's him, Demon King Du Xiaofu. Among the 8 great families, Zhou Yu and many others had seen the Demon King Du Xiaofu in the Tianhuang continent. Now that they saw him again, they couldn't help but change their expressions. It was actually that ferocious fellow. Is he the person little sister Muhan mentioned? Mo Jun Yu of the Mo family looked at the resolute youth on the martial-proof stage. Her eyes flickered with light, very beautiful. No wonder, at this moment, Zhou Yu of the farmers' clan and Mo Jun Yu of the Mo family also understood. No wonder they felt that guy had held back yesterday. Everyone was heavily injured and only they weren't. So it was that ferocious fellow who had held back secretly. Is he the person Big Sister mentioned? The Qi family of the Yin-Yang family's starlight battle robe fluttered. On his handsome face, he looked at the youth on the martial-proof stage and began to carefully size him up. It's him, it's that brat. It's Du Xiaofu. Back then, he even dug out his heart. He's actually still alive, what a miracle! It's him, that ferocious brat is actually still alive. At the same time, the disciples of the legalism school all exclaimed. Especially the younger generation, many of them revealed a look of shock and fear. Back then, that ferocious fellow only had that little bit of strength, but he had already started a massacre in the legalism school, severely injuring countless of his peers. Later on, in the outside world, dozens of legalism's younger generation were killed by him. And now, the war god who had swept through the 9 great families, trampled on the dragons, and defeated Han Qianran, who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation of legalism, was actually the ferocious demon king, Du Xiaofu. This couldn't help but cause the countless gazes in the surroundings to fluctuate intensely. At this moment, the gazes of the many old people in legalism and the many hidden auras all enveloped the martial-proof platform, causing ripples and waves to surge. Bastard, it really is that brat. In the crowd, Qin Yu and Chen Qiong's expressions were especially ugly. Chen Qiong was even more gloomy. He was the one who brought that brat into legalism, but he did not realize that the brat was actually Du Xiaofu. To him, this was a slap in the face, causing his face to burn. Is he the legendary one? Some of the legalism disciples who had heard of the rumors were astonished and curiously sized them up. Who exactly is that brat? Why does he look so similar to Miss Xiaojing? Legalism was vast, how big was it? At this moment, there were also people who did not know the inside story and were astonished, not knowing Du Xiaofu's identity. Holy shit, Demon King Du Xiaofu, that guy is actually the Demon King Du Xiaofu. No wonder, so it's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Above Kyushu, besides him, who else could sweep through the 9 great families? Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming and the others exclaimed, their eyes almost popping out. So the so-called war god was actually the Demon King Du Xiaofu. In any case, you still have a trace of my Han family's bloodline in your body. You did not disappoint me. Han Ningma looked at Du Xiaofu. His expression was still indifferent as he said, but an abandoned bloodline will always be abandoned. It should not be left in this world to insult our legalism. Brother Ing Mo will personally deal with that brat today. That brat's strength is indeed not weak, it's astonishing. He also has an illustrious reputation in the outside world. It's said that he has founded a country and declared himself the emperor. But today, he met Brother Ingmo. His end will be very miserable. That bastard killed so many of our brothers, we must not let him go. After the legalism disciples recovered from their shock, some of them began to reveal a cold expression. Don't worry, Brother Ingmo will make a move, he's dead for sure. No matter how strong that brat is, he's definitely not Brother Ingmo's opponent. Many young men and women were discussing with cold eyes. It's actually him. Li Mi and Han Luoyu's beautiful faces also changed. With their status in the family, they naturally heard a lot of things and also knew a lot of inside information. Therefore, they knew the young man in battle clothes better than ordinary people. Legalism's bloodline abandoned by legalism. Do you think the legalism's bloodline is noble? I've killed a lot of legalism people. Even now, they can't withstand a single blow from me. Is this your noble bloodline? Is this where your sense of superiority comes from? At this moment, under the gaze of countless people, Du Xiaofu looked at Han Ingmo with a sneer on his face, revealing a bit of disdain and ridicule. Every one of you can't withstand a single blow. With this kind of bloodline, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Your ancestors of legalism have lost all face because of you. Even I feel ashamed for you. If your ancestors of legalism were still alive and saw that their descendants were all trash but still thought they were extraordinary, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they couldn't wait to slap you bunch of trash to death. When these words came out, how ear-piercing and ridiculing was it? It was like a sharp knife piercing one's body. Even for the elders and experts of legalism, it was like a crisp slap to the face. Ha! But when these words fell into the ears of the other 8 families and the dragons, they couldn't help but smile. Legalism's face had been slapped. The entire legalism's face had been slapped swollen today. This bastard, he's gone too far, kill him. Brother Ingmo, you have to kill this bastard. After a moment of silence, the young men and women of legalism began to loudly shout and raise their arms. Am I wrong? Aren't you all a bunch of trash that can't withstand a single blow? If you want to kill me, then come at me if you have the ability. Besides relying on your ancestors, what else do you have? If trash like you go out, I don't even need to do anything. My peers in the desolate country will slaughter you like dogs. Du Xiaofu looked around at the legalism disciples who were shouting. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his voice was like thunder, crushing everything in its path and resounding endlessly. If we don't kill that brat today, it will be the disgrace of legalism. We have to kill that brat, let's go together and destroy him. When the young man and woman from the school of legalism who had been the most boisterous heard those words, they became especially ear-piercing. Their faces reddened as their eyes shone with coldness. Some of them clenched their fists, and bit their lips so hard that blood flowed out. They had never been humiliated like this before. The faces of the old men and experts from the school of legalism all twitched. Their faces were very ugly. Du Xiaofu's words had directly slapped them down. Sai Huang Ling smiled helplessly. She understood this savage guy's temper. Legalism had really found the wrong person to shout in front of. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had already been exposed. Today was probably not going to end peacefully, so there was no need for him to hold back. Du Xiaofu had always been determined that one day, he would become one of the most powerful experts in the world and suppress the school of legalism. Han Ingmo was the true number 1 of the legalism's younger generation. A battle with him was unavoidable, and it was also a process of him becoming stronger. Since he had met him now, there was no way to avoid it. There was no need for him to hold back, and he might as well fight. If he couldn't even deal with Han Ingmo, then how could he become one of the strongest experts in the world, and how could he suppress legalism? At this moment, Du Xiaofu was absolutely not afraid. Du Xiaofu had honed himself all the way to where he was today. He had experienced hardships and exhaustion, and he had even almost lost his life. But when had he ever been afraid? I have to say, you're too arrogant. At this moment, Haningma's calm gaze finally began to fluctuate, and his expression began to change. Du Xiaofu looked straight at Haningma and shook his head. His gaze was firm and sharp, and he slowly said, "What I said is the truth. Because of you, I've been through countless hardships, experienced countless dangers, and was covered in blood. I've also been through seas of fire and mountains of knives, and narrowly escaped death several times. So, in front of me, you won't have any superiority." Hearing this, Haningma unexpectedly nodded his head, but then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Do you think I'm a flower in a greenhouse? I've cultivated for 30 years, experienced countless hardships, and experienced countless dangers. I've also bathed in rivers of blood, and been on the brink of death. The disciples of the 9 great families, you ordinary people can't be compared to them. As a true disciple of the 9 great families, I've cultivated even harder, and have sacrificed far more than ordinary people. Do you think you can nurture a true expert with just the resources you have? Even if the people from the outside world have countless resources, how many of them can actually achieve anything in the end? To you people from the outside world, you only see gorgeous resources, but have you ever paid attention to the amount of effort that surpasses yours?" Haningma's voice paused for a moment, and he looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint sneer and said, "So, in front of me, all your so-called hardships are not enough. In the end, you can only kneel before me, because I'm Haningma of legalism, and you're just a descendant of legalism." As Haningma's last word fell, the runes on his body suddenly rushed into the sky, and the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. The entire martial-proof platform shook and his purple hair swayed. His body flowed with holy light and mist filled the air. The mysterious runes on his talisman lingered, emitting a purple mist, and a light mist rose from the heavens and earth. Boom! At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and an endless aura surged. A dazzling 5-clawed true dragon rose up. It was a living creature, a true dragon, and it coiled in the air, crossing the heavens, and a terrifying true dragon aura descended. From Haningma's body, a world surged out once again. This world was far more tyrannical than the world that Haningma had activated before. There were stars revolving, mountains and rivers flowing, and mountains connecting together. There were tens of thousands of beasts jumping around, and spiritual birds flapping their wings. Rumble, when this world appeared, the entire legalism surged, and the color changed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the tides rose and thunder exploded. This is Haningma's true magic power. He activated his martial vein and vein spirit. He cultivated both the martial path and talisman path, and he even activated the legalism heavenly soul spiritual root. He's so powerful, so terrifying. In the crowd, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and a vast aura collapsed. Qi Jejun, Long Wu, Hing Qi, Su Lingzi, and the others were also trembling. This was Haningma's true power, and it was extremely terrifying. Purple light flowed in the heavens, and mysterious runes descended, as bright as divine fire. At this moment, in that world, Haningma stood on the true dragon, his purple hair and robes fluttering in the wind. He looked down on all living things, and he had a terrifying aura and a posture that could suppress billions of living things. Du Xiaofu, the current you is nothing in front of me. Haningma spoke, and with a wave of his hand, the world around him collapsed, and as if it was causing the universe to revolve, the qi of heaven and earth seeped out, and that world seemed to be evolving into reality. Ao, the true dragon roared, and the dragon's roar did not stop. It rose up and tore the space, and the sound shook the surroundings. All of this turned into a destructive force, and when it descended, the space suddenly collapsed, and pitch-black spatial cracks densely covered the surroundings. Then, under countless shocked and trembling gazes, that world directly crushed Du Xiaofu in an unstoppable manner, and directly enveloped him. Brothers, today's update ends here. Don't scold me, I woke up early in the morning, and it's been almost a day since the exam. I didn't sleep much last night, and now I'm really tired. I'll take a nap first, and tomorrow there will be a third, or at least a sixth, update for everyone. Let me sleep first, and then I'll work hard. I reckon that when this plot ends, you guys will definitely want to ruthlessly suppress me, heh? Chapter 1556. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu was enveloped and crushed by Han Ningma's world. Not good, will he explode from the pressure? At this moment, even though they knew how powerful the demon king Du Xiaofu was, Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the rest couldn't help but be on tenterhooks. Mo Junyu, Zhou Yu, Jiang Yunfeng, Qi Jiajun, and the rest were also trembling. Under Han Ningma's terrifying magical technique, they knew that they couldn't resist it at all. Han Ningma's strength made them, who were proud of themselves, admit from the bottom of their hearts that they couldn't resist and resist. In the terrifying world, Han Ningma dominated everything. The stars revolved, the mountains and rivers were majestic, and the mountains were connected. Beasts roared, spiritual birds flapped their wings, and true dragons soared through the sky. All of this was so shocking. The magical technique was one, and it was as if it was formed by nature, crushing everything. This is Brother Ningma's strength. No one in the same generation can compare to him. The eyes of countless legalism disciples trembled. Their blood boiled and their gazes were blazing. This was the true leading figure of their legalism. He was so powerful that he could sweep through the world and look down on the world. Han Ningma was the true number one person in the younger generation of legalism. He was one of the most powerful monsters hidden behind legalism. His strength had long surpassed many of the elders in legalism. At this moment, under that terrifying pressure, all the elders and experts of legalism revealed smiles and shock. Han Ningma's strength was the hope of legalism. Everyone's eyes were trembling. Everyone's gazes were focused on that world, and they were terrified for Du Xiaofu. Under that terrifying pressure, even the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Would the demon king Du Xiaofu be directly crushed in that terrifying world? However, Du Xiaofu wasn't. He was enveloped by that world. At that moment, purple lightning talismans quietly covered Du Xiaofu's body. In an instant, an unprecedentedly powerful aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body as if it was covering the sky and earth. Boom! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds rolled and the sky changed color. It was as if doomsday had arrived. A vast aura suddenly swept out in all directions. An aura emanated from Du Xiaofu's body. This aura was extremely powerful, and it was filled with the aura of execution. This aura didn't carry any murderous intent, but it displayed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of the world. It was capable of sweeping through the heavens and punishing all living things. Under that kind of murderous aura, all living beings in the surroundings trembled in their bodies and their souls. Du Xiaofu moved in the world of terrifying spells. He raised his head slightly, and purple lightning runes wrapped around his body as if he was covered in a purple lightning armor. He crossed the space and ascended to the heavens with each step. Under the pressure of that terrifying world, Du Xiaofu's body began to shine. Boundless violet lightning runes erupted, and violet gold lightning condensed and spread out in all directions. Rumble, the violet lightning struck in all directions, causing the world to rumble incessantly. The violet gold lightning overflowed into the sky, as if it wanted to turn this world upside down. You are a genius of legalism. You have your own training. I walked out of the stone city. Father and son depended on each other for survival. Then, I roamed the world. You have the bloodline of legalism. You have beautiful resources, and you have also bathed in a river of blood. I have tempered myself with blood, and I have honed myself to the extreme. You think legalism is high and mighty. You look down on Kyushu and see them as mere mortals. But I have never cared for them. I don't even spare them a glance. You have always been following in the footsteps of your ancestors. You want to recreate the glory of legalism. And what I want to do is to create a great and powerful family. I want to protect my Du family for generations to come. I want to never be bullied and humiliated by others. I want to never be separated as a family. Step by step, with his head slightly raised, Du Xiaofu ascended to the sky in that small world. His eyes and voice were filled with endless determination. The tall and straight young man in battle robes crossed the mountains and rivers. The demonic beasts and spirit birds around him could not stop him. Even the mountains automatically separated. Every time he took a step in the air, the tyrannical energy fluctuation increased by a portion. The violet lightning around him undulated like a vast ocean. It was as if a purple rainbow had crossed the sky. Dazzling lightning runes surged in all directions. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the tall and straight figure that seemed to be ascending to the sky. They trembled. Every time the tall and straight young man in battle robes ascended to the sky, it was as if he was stepping on the hearts of all living beings. It was like a heavenly drum and a heavy hammer. When that determined voice entered people's ears, it made their hair stand on end for no reason. Goosebumps appeared on their bodies, and the blood in their bodies boiled. It was as if they were affected by a certain atmosphere. They were moved. Your high and mighty status comes from your bloodline of legalism. It comes from your ancestors' shadow of legalism. When have you ever truly looked at yourself directly? And my pride comes from the bones in my body. It comes from the blood flowing in my body. Because I am from a wealthy family. When Du Xiaofu's last words came out, every word and every sound was like thunder. It resounded in all directions and shook the 9 heavens. At the same time when his last words were spoken, Du Xiaofu stepped into that small world. At this moment, an incomparably tyrannical aura began to seep out from Du Xiaofu's body. It burst forth with a purplish gold light that shot in all directions. It was as if a glorious sun was about to rise in that small world. Walala, the resplendent purplish gold lightning was boundless. It was as if countless purplish gold energy ribbons were pouring down, emitting a blazing radiance. Ao ao, a dragon's roar filled the 9 heavens. In that small world, the 5-clawed true dragon soared through the sky. The dragon's might surged, tearing through space and crushing all living beings. It appeared in front of Du Xiaofu with a vast aura. It was also at this moment that a huge purplish gold rock phantom spread its wings and circled out from the blazing light around Du Xiaofu. It appeared out of thin air and soared into the sky. Gee, the purplish gold rock screeched. It pierced through the clouds and released an endless, majestic, tyrannical pressure. It spread its wings, and purplish gold lightning arcs sparkled all over its body. Its ferocious might covered the sky, as if it was going to soar into the sky and make the world tremble. Oh my God, that's the rock! Countless living beings looked up, and the huge rock appeared in their eyes. The supreme beast's might filled the air. The clouds in all directions moved, the sky changed color, and the 9 heavens shook. The appearance of the purplish gold rock phantom caused the true dragon to tremble. The purplish gold thunder rock flapped its wings and swept out. It was able to distort space. Its entire body was covered with dense purplish gold lightning arcs. In the rapidly distorting space, it finally gathered into a huge purplish gold thunderbolt that poured down. The mighty, tyrannical, and intimidating pressure swept out and finally landed heavily on the true dragon. Ao! The true dragon roared, and the dragon's roar filled the 9 heavens. Its dragon claws tore through the sky, and the dragon's breath surged. The runes were resplendent as it rushed in all directions. Chi La, the purplish gold rock's lightning arcs burst out, and the lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the sky. It was like a purplish gold sun in the sky, and a claw mark tore through the space. The battle between the dragon and the rock was vast and mighty. Pieces of space were exploding, and the light was so bright that it made people unable to open their eyes. Under the terrifying power, many living beings in the surroundings fell limp to the ground. In the battle between the dragon and the rock, Du Xiaofu appeared. He crossed the space and stepped on the ferocious head of the true dragon. His fist, covered with the thunder martial vein, was like a purplish-gold lightning ball as it fell heavily. The purplish-gold lightning was filled with punishment, and its aura was like that of the thunder sovereign. Rumble! Under Du Xiaofu's punch, the true dragon wailed miserably. Its eyes surged with shock, and then it directly cracked. The destructive and violent energy dispersed, turning into a dazzling lightning rune that swept out like a tidal wave. The purplish-gold thunder rock flapped its wings. Although it was a phantom, it carried the supreme beast's might and the supreme will of the real rock, and it suppressed the heaven and earth. Gee! The purplish-gold rock screeched, and its lightning eyes were like two purplish-gold suns. Its huge body in that side of the world flapped its wings, covering the heaven and earth. It crossed the sky as if it was alive, and its supreme aura was inextinguishable. Its battle intent soared into the sky, and it could suppress the ancient era. All the creatures trembled. That was a true supreme being that looked down on the world, and showed disdain for the past and present. Demon King Du Xiaofu, is he a human or a real rock? The supreme beast's might was vast and mighty, and its aura was incomparable. Many creatures were unable to resist and went limp one after another. In the end, Du Xiaofu's figure merged perfectly with the gigantic supreme Peng. Standing there, he was a true golden-winged Peng. I am the sovereign of the human world. I am fierce for the demon king of the world. I am the golden-winged great rock. His voice pierced through the clouds and cracked stone, resounding throughout the world. The lightning runes turned into a rain of light, and the rock followed Du Xiaofu's demonstration of the profound mysteries, undulating up and down in the void. Legalism, so what if you have the power of magic? Break for me! When Du Xiaofu's final shout resounded, the rock spread its wings and shook. Within that world, it flapped its wings and struck the heavens, destroying one star after another, destroying countless vicious beasts and spiritual birds, collapsing mountain peaks and severing mountains and rivers. Rumble, the heaven and earth were rumbling, as if the heavens were being opened. Within the world condensed by Haningma, the stars were falling, the mountains and rivers were splitting, and the peaks were collapsing. The world was collapsing and suffering destruction. This was the end of the world. All of this was caused by the golden-winged rock. That rock was destroying the heaven and earth, flapping its wings. It was a supreme being, and the scene was too shocking. Rumble, the rock struck the heavens, as if it wanted to rush out of the universe. That world was finally destroyed, and it was as if a world was being destroyed in front of everyone. The countless creatures present felt as if they were witnessing the annihilation of a century. It was as if in the blink of an eye, the world had already changed, and a century of reincarnation had passed. All the old men of legalism present stood up. Their eyes trembled, and their old bodies shook violently. Their eyes were filled with raging waves. In midair, many obscure auras were fluctuating violently, rising and falling like waves. Walala! Everything around them disappeared, and in the end, even the rock that crossed the world quietly disappeared. Only the young man in battle robes was still standing tall in the void. Lightning flashed around him, and purple-gold lightning surged in his eyes. It was as if there were two rolling thunder seas, and the rock was rising and falling in the sea of thunder, setting off stormy waves. Puff puff in the void, Haningma's purple hair was disheveled, and his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. From his mouth, large mouthfuls of blood were spat out. You can't even withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu looked straight ahead, and his voice was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens. At this moment, The young man in battle robes was like a human emperor in the sky, like a demon king descending to the world, like a human-shaped rock looking down on the past and present. The supreme aura filled the air, and he looked down on the 9 heavens. Chapter 1557. Buzz, in an ancient and boundless space, purple mist rose all around. An otherworldly woman's delicate body suddenly emitted mystical purple lightning arcs that filled the air. However, there seemed to be some kind of restriction in this space that could isolate heaven and earth. Then, the purple lightning arc disappeared from her delicate body again. How can this be? Why did a martial vein suddenly appear in my body? It seems to be related to lightning. The woman's delicate body trembled, and her face was filled with doubt. Then, ripples appeared in her eyes as she muttered softly, "Brother, have you come out from the Golden Rock clan? Wait until I become an expert, I'll help you escape?" Inside and outside the martial-proof platform, the surroundings were silent. All the living beings were trembling, and their eyes were dazed. No, this is impossible. How could Brother Mo lose? Then, the eyes of the younger generation of legalism trembled, and they were in disbelief. The young men and women of legalism clenched their fists, and their nails dug deep into their flesh, causing blood to flow out. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. No, this can't be real. Brother Mo definitely won't lose. The young women of legalism shed tears, and their eyes were in a daze. He's so strong. Mo Junyu, Jiang Yunfeng, Su Lingzi, and the others were deeply shocked at this moment. They could only smile bitterly. The Demon King was so terrifying. Thinking back to 2 days ago, they still wanted to suppress him. Now that they thought about it, it was already lucky that they weren't ruthlessly trampled on that day. The guy that big sister likes is indeed not bad. He passed my test. Qi Jejun curled his lips, and the shock on his face couldn't be concealed. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Qi Jejun also understood. No wonder that guy didn't hurt him yesterday. It was because he was his future brother-in-law, and that guy didn't dare to hurt him. In the distance, all the old men and experts of legalism had solemn expressions. What kind of martial vein is that? It's too strong. I've never seen such a lightning martial vein before. The Golden Rock Supreme Beast can fuse with martial veins. It's so strong. Some experts of legalism exclaimed and looked at each other. That kind of strength made even them tremble. You're stronger than I expected, but I haven't lost. Han Ningmo raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. His messy purple hair danced in the wind as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his long sleeve. His demeanor did not change at all. No matter how disheveled he was, his posture and temperament were still extraordinary. Boom! As Han Ningmo's voice fell, the void above the martial arts demonstration platform began to tremble. Dazzling runes began to spread out from his body. The light was so resplendent and dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. The terrifying aura was like an erupting volcano, causing the indestructible martial-proof platform to show signs of cracking at this moment. At this moment, the aura on Han Ningmo's body began to rise violently. His power increased and his aura skyrocketed. At the same time, the entire legalism heaven and earth had a mysterious and mighty force madly converging, descending upon the martial-proof platform and enveloping Han Ningmo's body. At this moment, Han Ningmo's eyes shone brightly. There was no trace of embarrassment in his eyes. Instead, he exuded an invincible confidence. Between his brows, divine light began to dance like flames. Above his forehead, rings of divine light appeared one after another. As the rings of divine light appeared one after another, Han Ningmo's aura became stronger and stronger. Rumble, when the last 6 rings of divine light circled above his forehead like divine rings, a vast aura spread out from Han Ningmo's surroundings. A supreme being was suppressing all living beings in the world. It was also at this moment that the entire legalism heaven and earth shook. Tides rose and fell. Heaven and earth rumbled and the ground cracked. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. It was a heavenly phenomenon. At this moment, countless living beings in the surroundings knelt down involuntarily. The aura that descended was simply unstoppable. Supreme Being, Haning Ma is a Supreme Being who has undergone nirvana. A Supreme Being who has undergone nirvana. Haning Ma is indeed a monster. He's too powerful. The hearts of the Qi families Jun, Mo Junyu, Heng Qi, and the others trembled. Everyone looked at Haning Ma on the martial-proof platform. Those 6 rings were the symbol of a Supreme Being who had undergone nirvana. They contained the might of heaven and earth. This result caused Mo Junyu and the others to be shocked. However, they didn't seem to be surprised. It was as if they had already received the news in advance. A Supreme Being who has undergone nirvana should have reached the nirvana stage. In the crowd, the girl called Hong In-ai by Huang Linger had ripples in her eyes. Haning Ma will not lose. All the elders and experts of legalism had solemn expressions. However, their eyes were filled with conviction. At this moment they were emitting divine light. I'm a Supreme Being who has undergone nirvana. I'm an existence that you need to look up to. Prostrate before me and tremble for me. Haning Ma spoke. His body shone with resplendent light, erupting with endless light that shot into the sky. It illuminated the heavens and earth, causing them to tremble and resonate with him. At this moment, all the living beings in legalism heaven seemed to have heard the Tao voice of the 9 heavens. On the martial-proof platform, ancient runes flickered in the void around Haning Ma. They merged with heaven and earth, bringing with them strong gales and Tao voice resounding. All the living beings were dazzled. They were shocked and gasped in shock. At this moment, the purple-haired youth was a true Supreme Being. Endless might and power spread out from his feet, filling the air with strange fluctuations. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, this part of the world was sealed. Countless people around the square were affected. It was as if they were trapped and could not move. It was as if they were trapped in a swamp and could not activate their profound qi. This is the might of a Supreme Being who has undergone nirvana. Countless living beings looked at Haning Ma in shock. Everyone understood that this was caused by Haning Ma. The might of a Supreme Being who had undergone nirvana was a true Supreme Being that no one could resist. It's all over. Haning Ma attacked again. 6 resplendent divine rings began to revolve. In the end, they gathered together and formed a huge resplendent palm print. This palm print was resplendent, but it did not have any fluctuations. It just floated in front of Haning Ma's palm. This palm print was formed by the power of a Supreme Being who had undergone nirvana. It received the protection of heaven and earth and channeled the energy of heaven and earth. It gathered the power of legalism and gathered all of Haning Ma's comprehension in his life. In the end, it gathered into this calm palm print. This is my Tao. I'm a Supreme Being. I've transformed into a Supreme Being's palm. You shall kneel. Haning Ma said. He regained his indifference and activated his palm. The resplendent palm print slapped towards Du Xiaofu's head and pushed horizontally. Crack crack, the palm print was calm. However, wherever the palm print passed, the void around the edge of the palm print collapsed. Black spatial cracks spread out in all directions, revealing countless pitch-black spatial cracks above the void and devouring the light in the sky. At this moment, on the entire martial-proof platform, within the entire legalism, it was as if there was only one palm print. It was as resplendent as the sun in the sky. The surrounding void quietly collapsed and sank into oblivion. A Supreme Being's palm print. I'm afraid even an ordinary Great Domain being would be killed. At this moment, the extraordinaires from the various families and forces exclaimed. That terrifying palm print caused many experts to be frightened out of their wits and their primordial spirits to tremble. That terrifying palm print was enough to kill an ordinary Great Domain being. That was the power of a Supreme Being. It was unparalleled. Can he still withstand it? Qi Jiajun, Mo Junyu, Zhou Yu, Jiang Yunfeng, Huang Linger, Hong and I, and the others trembled. Under that terrifying might, everyone felt small and insignificant. They couldn't help but worry for Du Xiaofu once again. Du Xiaofu calmly faced Haningma. The purplish gold lightning arcs in his eyes became even more resplendent, and his hair fluttered in the wind. The terrifying palm print swept across the heavens and earth and instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The void around Du Xiaofu was already cracking. Arrogant brat. He's going to lose in the end. Looking at the terrifying Supreme Being's palm that had already arrived in front of Du Xiaofu, Han Qianran, Qin Zhe, and the other legalism's younger generation revealed fanatical expressions. A Supreme Being's nirvana is unparalleled. At this moment, the elders and experts of legalism in the distance revealed satisfied smiles on their aged faces. Han Qianran's Supreme Being's nirvana was the hope of legalism. Du Xiaofu moved. Facing the Supreme Being's palm, he didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly soared through the sky. Then, when the huge palm print was less than half a foot away from Du Xiaofu, everyone could see it. Under countless hair-raising and trembling gazes, Du Xiaofu raised his head, stood with his hands behind his back, and directly said, "Stop!" Boom! Just as Du Xiaofu's stop fell, the surrounding void seemed to tremble once again. Then, under everyone's horrified and trembling gazes, they saw that the palm of the Supreme Being, which had destroyed the void along its way, actually stopped in the space less than 5 feet away from Du Xiaofu at this moment. It instantly froze and was unable to move an inch forward. At this moment, behind the palm print, Haningma's expression suddenly froze. The surrounding heavens and earth were dead silent at this moment. The smiles on the faces of the elders and experts of legalism froze, and their gazes were lifeless. Under the trembling gazes of all the living beings, Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. His resolute and determined face revealed a slight smile towards Haningma, and his voice resounded in the area. Could this be the so-called Supreme Being's palm? Have you seen a real Supreme Being? His voice was calm, but it rumbled in this dead silent area. When his voice sounded, divine light spread out in front of Du Xiaofu's forehead, like a divine fire, and turned into 6 divine halos. When these 6 divine halos appeared, the entire void rumbled, like the sound of the heavens, like the beating of a heavenly drum, and fell on the hearts of all living beings, shaking them to the point that their souls were about to scatter. Within the heavens and earth, the space between heaven and earth suddenly turned pitch black, as if the heavens and earth had suddenly sunk into darkness. The ground began to shake, the mountains began to shake, and the rivers and waters began to surge with raging waves, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably. All these changes caused one's soul to tremble. Everyone's gazes trembled. On the martial-proof platform, the young man in battle clothes, who was facing the Supreme Being's palm, was shrouded in light, and the 6 divine halos in front of his forehead were much more dazzling than Haningma's. Nirvana Supreme Being, the Demon King Du Xiaofu is also a Nirvana Supreme Being. Oh my God, the Demon King is also a Nirvana Supreme Being. Everyone's gazes trembled fiercely. The 6 divine halos in front of the young man in battle clothes represented that he was also a Nirvana Supreme Being. He was also a Supreme Being. At this moment, countless gazes from legalism suddenly trembled fiercely. No, he has 7 divine halos. Oh my God, what's going on? Suddenly, the surrounding people exclaimed. Suddenly, countless people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Under everyone's gazes, another divine halo quietly appeared on the 6 divine halos in front of the young man in battle clothes. 7 divine halos surrounded him like divine flames, releasing endless majestic and domineering pressure. At this moment, the young man in battle clothes was shining with divine light, like a miracle, and there was a kind of Supreme Being aura pervading the air, suppressing heaven and earth. However, it was far from over at this moment. In just a short instant, under the gazes of countless people who were at a loss for what to do and were shocked, the eighth divine ring of the seven divine flames had started to silently appear above Du Xiaofu's forehead. Between heaven and earth, the pressure continued to increase, and under the eight divine halos, the heaven and earth were sinking. Boom! However, the eighth divine halo appeared, and then the ninth divine halo quietly appeared. With each additional divine halo in front of Du Xiaofu's forehead, the pressure of heaven and earth in the surroundings increased by several times. Rumble, when the 9 divine halos appeared, the surrounding space was filled with heavenly sounds, and the pressure caused the heaven and earth to rumble, as if countless heavenly drums were beating at the same time, shaking the hearts of all living beings, and all of them were stunned. The 9 divine halos appeared in the sky, and the dazzling light drowned everything. At this moment, a new powerful aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's tall and straight body, and in the entire world of legalism, it was as if something had been awakened at this moment. Rumble, legalism's world rumbled, and the earth cracked. From above the firmament, it was as if the 9 heavens had suddenly split open a huge crack, and there was a bright golden light shooting down, and a majestic aura and heavenly pressure descended. Boom! 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 Dark clouds rolled, the mountains shook, and rivers and lakes surged like a tsunami. On a clear day, thunder resounded in the sky for a long time, and demonic beasts roared. At this moment, all living beings were inexplicably shocked, and they couldn't help but prostrate themselves. At this moment, in the void above the martial-proof platform, the young man in battle clothes was accompanied by vast and mighty heavenly pressure, and the terrifying pressure was about to crush heaven and earth. The nirvana of a Grand Supreme. He is the nirvana of a Grand Supreme. In legalism, an old man couldn't help but tremble and exclaim. He recognized the 9 divine halos. It was the nirvana of a Grand Supreme. The nirvana of a Grand Supreme. At this moment, in legalism, countless old men opened and closed their eyes, and divine light shot out in all directions, and they trembled. At this moment, after the Grand Supreme's palm, Han Ningma's eyes rippled like stormy waves. Now, have you seen the real Grand Supreme? Du Xiaofu spoke. On the surface of his body, mysterious runes fluctuated. The light was gorgeous and moving, resplendent and shocking. His entire body was shining, dazzling and mysterious. This was a true paragon. When the voice was heard, Du Xiaofu moved, and with a wave of his hand, his right hand stretched out and slightly clenched into a fist. He stretched out his index finger, and his finger lightly tapped on the frozen Grand Supreme's palm in front of him. Walala, when the finger touched, the terrifying Grand Supreme's palm was like smoke blown away by the wind, and suddenly dispersed quietly, and disappeared without a trace. That light finger had destroyed Han Ningma's Grand Supreme's palm. However, Du Xiaofu's finger also directly tapped on Han Ningma's palm. Ka. At this moment, a monstrous and resplendent rune light appeared, and the moment the finger and palm collided, there were sparks. Then, as if Han Ningma was struck by lightning, his palm directly cracked and shattered, and turned into countless fragments of blood mist. Then, Han Ningma let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out blood. His entire arm was spasming, and in the last moment, his entire arm exploded from the shoulder, and his body was like a meteor, and crashed into the martial-proof stage from midair. Rumble, the unbreakable, indestructible runes on the martial-proof stage were shattered, and the surrounding ground of the square was also cracking, and the cracks on the ground spread out like a spider web. Han Ningma's body was buried in the pile of rubble on the martial-proof stage. At this moment, the hearts of all the disciples of legalism were buried in the pile of rubble. The pride of all the disciples of legalism were crushed and buried together. Boom! In midair, Du Xiaofu's figure landed, and stepped on the pile of rubble that buried Han Ningma. His body was glowing, and his tall and straight figure was surging with pressure. That was the Grand Supreme, and it caused all around to prostrate on the ground. Du Xiaofu raised his head to look at the sky, and his eyes were like two dazzling suns that were about to rise, and the resplendent light shot straight to the sky. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, and accompanied by lightning and thunder, and a majestic and mighty pressure that swept across the entire legalism. Mother Xiaojing, I've come to find you, where are you? When the voice was heard, it echoed endlessly, and affected the majestic power of the heavens and earth, and like the roar of thunder, it shook the entire heavens and earth, and shook people's souls. This voice was hoarse, and when people heard it, their hearts choked, and they mourned endlessly. Chapter 1558. The voice reverberated in all directions. In the ancient space, a beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged. She looked so arrogant. Chi. Suddenly, the beautiful woman opened her eyes. The light in her eyes fluctuated, and her chest trembled in pain. Xiaofu, the beautiful woman's heart trembled. Her beautiful figure immediately flew into the sky and disappeared. Chi. In the ancient mountain range, the beautiful woman's figure appeared in midair. Third sister, where are you going? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. At the same time, an auspicious light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura that permeated the mountain range. In the light, a figure appeared. The light was so dazzling that it looked like a star. Big brother, is my son Xiaofu here? The beautiful woman asked. Her eyes were shining. Mother and son were connected. She could feel that her child was in the legalism. You only have one daughter, Xiaojing. Don't be stubborn. In the light, the voice sighed. It was a gentle voice, but when it fell on the ears, it made people's hearts tremble and their souls tremble. I'm going to see my child, the beautiful woman said. Her eyes were firm. She was sure that her other child was in the legalism. Third sister, you shouldn't be stubborn. In the light, the voice deepened and the aura rippled. Big brother, he's third sister's child. You killed him once. You dug out his heart without staining it with blood. All these years, did you really not have to worry? Now that he's miraculously alive, why are you still making things difficult for him? He's also your nephew. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. It resounded through the mountain range. When the voice fell, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair appeared. He wore a dark robe that looked like it had not been washed for a long time. However, one could vaguely see that under his disheveled hair was an extremely handsome face. Second brother, what's going on? What happened to my son? Hearing this, the beautiful woman's beautiful face immediately turned pale, and she immediately asked the middle-aged man with disheveled hair. The person walked towards the beautiful woman, stumbling all the way as if he was drunk. His eyes looked at the light figure in the air and said, They sealed the news so that you wouldn't know. They also didn't dare to let you know. Our good big brother had to dig out his own beating heart with his own hands. Only then could Xiaojing's withering heart disease be cured. That child is very lucky. He didn't die and miraculously survived. Right now, he's at the martial testimony platform. He's here to find his mother, but our big brother seems to want him to die. That poor child, my poor nephew. My child, the beautiful woman's eyes were moist. Her heart was in pain. She turned back to look at the figure in the light, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Her peerless face was as cold as ice. At this moment, the sky above the entire mountain range changed color. The sky suddenly darkened as dark clouds gathered. The beautiful woman's voice was ice-cold. She looked at the figure in the light and said, Big brother, you're really cruel. Audong, you've gone too far. You have to remember that I'm your big brother. The figure in the light's aura fluctuated and his voice became stern. You're my big brother, but if my child dies, I'll still kill you and bury him with you. The beautiful woman said, emphasizing every word. Audong, how dare you? When the voice spread out, the entire mountain range trembled. If you dare to stop me again, I'll attack. The beautiful woman turned around. Her eyes were moist but firm. She wanted to leave. At this moment, her heart was in pain. She just wanted to see her child. Third sister, go ahead. Let me see how much our big brother has improved after all these years," the drunk middle-aged man said. He looked at the figure in the light and signaled for the beautiful woman to leave. The beautiful woman left and the beautiful figure disappeared in the air. In the sky above the mountain range, the figure in the light's aura fluctuated and spread out in all directions. But in the end, he held back and didn't attack. "My big brother, our nephew, he didn't die. He has already undergone nirvana. Your son, my nephew, Haningma, is no match for him. Are you starting to be afraid now?" "Ha ha ha ha," the drunk middle-aged man laughed. His laughter echoed endlessly. In the square around the marshal-proof platform, sorrowful cries reverberated in the air for a long time. The voices moved the listeners and made them choke with sobs. "He seems to be related to legalism. Who is he?" The 8 great families, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the other major forces were all staring at the young Supreme Being with astonishment in their eyes. The disciples of legalism were all stunned. Some of them knelt down under the pressure of the Supreme Being and couldn't resist. At this moment, all the disciples of legalism didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Facing the young man in battle armor, they only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The nirvana of a Supreme Being was enough to defeat all the disciples of legalism. Nirvana of a Supreme Being. He has undergone nirvana of a Supreme Being. Some of the old men of legalism trembled, their eyes shooting out divine light. Some of the old men of legalism had a complicated look. Some legalism experts were happy, some were shocked, and some were fearful. Swish, when the voice faded, Du Xiaofu expressionlessly reached out his hand and grabbed, twisting the space and directly grabbing into the pile of rubble under his feet. Golden light burst out from the claw, destroying everything. The rubble turned into powder and the boulder cracked into ashes. A blood-curdling scream rang out, shrill and mournful. Then, under countless gazes, Haningma, who was covered in blood and had lost an arm, was grabbed by Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's claw was on Haningma's neck. At this moment, as long as he exerted a little force, it would be enough to destroy Haningma's soul. At this moment, Haningma's purple hair was stained with blood. He struggled for a while, but to no avail. His cold eyes were sluggish, but more than that, there was fear. As arrogant as he was, how could Haningma have thought that the person he regarded as an ordinary person, an ant that he didn't put in his eyes, was a Supreme Being that had surpassed his lesser Supreme Being? There was a fine line between them, but the difference between the two levels was like heaven and earth. A Supreme Being that had undergone nirvana was enough to completely shatter all of his confidence and pride. Du Xiaofu, what are you doing? In legalism, some of the old men came back to their senses and immediately exclaimed. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had already killed a lot of legalism experts. At this moment, they definitely didn't think that Du Xiaofu wouldn't dare to kill Haningma. However, if Haningma was killed, the price was something that the entire legalism couldn't afford to pay. I sincerely thank you for your tolerance and support. Xiao Yu bowed in thanks. Chapter 1559. Are you guys scared? Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at the many legalism elders who appeared and exclaimed in surprise. His resolute face revealed a chilling intent as he said, I want to see my mother and sister, or else I will kill Haningma. Brat, you dare. A legalism elder appeared and his voice shook the void. You dare to be so arrogant? Old man, get lost. Du Xiaofu bellowed. Golden light shone from his body and a purple lightning swept out. It was like a lightning dragon that crossed the space and arrived in an instant. The elder's expression immediately changed. He shot out a palm print and blocked the purple lightning. However, his body was directly pushed back and blood spurted out from his mouth. Electric arcs surged on his body and his hair stood on end. He was in an extremely sorry state. Du Xiaofu, let's talk nicely. A legalism elder was calmer. He appeared and wanted to negotiate with Du Xiaofu. Haningma was in the hands of the Demon King. They didn't dare to make a move rashly and also didn't dare to anger the little demon king. I want to see my mother and sister, or else I will kill Haningma, Du Xiaofu said. As he gazed at the increasing number of old men and experts of the school of legalism, he showed no fear. Since he had already been exposed, Du Xiaofu knew that today was destined to be a bad day. At this moment, with Haningma's position in the legalism, it was enough to make the legalism elders hold back. This would be his last chance. This is a small matter. Let Haningma go first. A legalism elder spoke and comforted Du Xiaofu, hoping to save Haningma first. Do you think I'm stupid? If I don't see my mother and sister within an hour, Haningma will die without a doubt. Who was Du Xiaofu? How could he not know the intentions of these legalism elders? If you dare to kill Haningma, you will also die without a doubt, a legalism elder shouted loudly. However, at this moment, a group of people were floating in midair. Their auras were vast and powerful, but they really didn't dare to make a move. It doesn't matter if I die. It's not like I haven't died before. I just don't know if Haningma has died before? Du Xiaofu roared, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The faces of the old men and experts from the school of legalism paled. At this moment, the group of legalism experts and elders looked at each other. At this moment, they felt that even though only a few years had passed, things had changed. The young man in the battle robe had grown to the point where they had to be wary of him. He was no longer the young man they regarded as an ant. How dare you? Suddenly, a voice resounded from high up in the sky. Many figures descended, and the halos around them were like dazzling suns, causing others to be unable to look directly at them. It caused the surrounding space to tremble, and it was as if gods had descended to the world. Then, a few old men appeared in the air. It's the second guardian. Seeing this, many elders and powerhouses in the surroundings immediately gathered around with joy in their eyes. Brat, do you want to die? Among the few old men, one of them walked out and shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder that resounded through the sky. It contained endless ancient majesty that reverberated endlessly. Old dog, it's you. Du Xiaofu recognized him. He had seen him in the void painting that his drunkard father had shown him. The old man who spoke was the ninth guardian of legalism. Not long after Du Xiaofu was born, he had almost killed him in his infancy with a palm strike. That was the first time he had escaped death. His drunkard father had also been severely injured by him. Looking around, Du Xiaofu also saw an old man. That was the second guardian of legalism. He was the one who had led people to separate his family. The ninth guardian and the second guardian seemed to be different from the guardians of legalism. Their auras and cultivation were far more powerful. At this moment, seeing these figures, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly surged with blood. Coldness shot out, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly plummet. The ninth guardian's face was gloomy to the extreme. He looked directly at Du Xiaofu and said with killing intent, "Little bastard, I should have killed you back then. Let go of young Masteringma. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. You are just an old dog who has barely stepped into the martial domain realm. If I want to kill you now, it will be like stepping on an ant." Du Xiaofu opened his eyes and a cold light surged. He shouted, "Do you want me to let him go? If I don't, what can you do?" Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu waved his left arm and broke Haningma's remaining arm. Blood spurted out and splattered on the ground. Haningma screamed and almost fainted. Unfortunately, he was restricted and suppressed by the vast power. He could not struggle at all. At this moment, the disciples of legalism trembled. Their souls were also trembling. The demon king Du Xiaofu was so cruel. Huang Linger sighed and sighed for legalism. They did not understand that guy. When had he ever been threatened? Back then, the dragons, Dragon 9, had ended up like that. Bastard! Seeing Han Ingma screaming in pain, the 9 protectors and the other elders roared in anger, their eyes cold. Little bastard, you will definitely die today. The 9th guardian was furious and his killing intent surged. Who are you calling a little bastard? Just as the 9th guardian finished speaking, a delicate voice came from afar. When the last word was said, a beautiful figure appeared in midair. It was a beautiful woman. She was out of this world and stood proudly. When the beautiful woman's figure appeared, Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly shook as if a bolt of lightning had surged through his heart. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's claw print on Han Ingma's neck tightened. Han Ingma's face turned red and his tongue was about to stick out. When this beautiful woman appeared, she looked directly at the 9 protectors. Her soul-stirring beautiful face was calm, but the formless coldness caused the hearts of the 9 protectors to violently tremble. Audong, the 9th guardian opened his mouth and his eyes flickered. Slap! Before he could finish speaking, the crisp sound of a slap rang out from the 9th protector's face. The slap caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his old teeth flew out. Do you think you have the right to call me Audong? My son is not someone you can insult. I give you face and call you 9th guardian. If I don't give you face, so what if I call you an old dog? The beautiful woman spoke. Her face was slightly gloomy, and there was a dignified aura around her that could suppress everyone here until they trembled in fear. At this moment, the beautiful woman seemed calm, but her majestic aura was increasing. She was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. The 9th guardian was stunned. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. You dare to hit me. After a long while, the 9 protectors covered half of their faces and came back to their senses. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief, and their bodies trembled for no reason. Their legs trembled in the air, and they couldn't help but feel fear crawl out from the depths of their souls. I didn't just hit you. The beautiful woman spoke as she looked directly at the 9 protectors. Suddenly, a dazzling light blossomed from her eyes, transforming into a dazzling sharp sword that was filled with the aura of a supreme being. After that, it rushed into the space between the 9 protectors' brows. Bang! A muffled sound rang out in the air. A bloody mist exploded and the space collapsed. The 9th guardian's body exploded and his spirit was destroyed. You attacked my son. I can't let you live. The beautiful woman raised her head slightly and looked at the many old people and experts from the school of legalism. Her eyes were resplendent as she scanned everyone. Her eyes were dazzling, magnificent, and desolate. She was like a supreme being who could not be provoked. She said, I'll kill anyone who dares to touch my son. Chapter 1560. At that moment all the elders and experts of the Du family were stunned. They had never seen Han Audong act so violently. She actually attacked and killed the 9 protectors on the spot. Audong, you've gone too far. The 2nd protector spoke. His eyes flickered with divine light and his expression was cold. He stared at Han Audong and said, You are from the school of legalism. What you are doing is going against the school of legalism's laws. You can't call me Audong. Han Audong stared at the 2 protectors without backing down. Right now, she faced all the experts and old men from the school of legalism by herself. She said, I am a member of the school of legalism, but I'm also my son's mother. If I have to choose, I'll always choose my son and not you. If you dare to touch my son today, I'll kill you all. Han Audong stood proudly in the air. At that moment she was just a mother. Ordinary people could not understand the terror of a mother. For her child, a mother would do anything crazy, including Han Audong. Countless legalist elders and experts in the surroundings had ugly expressions. It had already been more than 20 years. Han Audong had been under house arrest for more than 20 years, yet she did not feel any remorse. Instead, she seemed to have become even more unyielding. Han Audong, you're challenging the authority of legalism. You should know the consequences. The 2nd protector's face was completely gloomy. His aura was majestic and his body was shrouded in a bright light. All these years, I've been at your mercy. I thought my silence could exchange for the safety of the father and son. But you've gone too far and treated my son like this. Do you think I'll stop at just 20 years? Han Aodong said. Her voice was like a sword that shook people's souls. She looked around and said, From now on, I won't be silent and patient anymore. I won't be at your mercy. If you don't believe me, you can try. Back then, she was separated from her husband. She had just given birth and was weak. She could not fight back. All these years, she had been at the mercy of the clan. Although her cultivation had improved tremendously, she was willing to bear everything alone in exchange for the safety of the father and son and for Xiaojing's withering heart disease. However, now that she had heard that Xiaofu's heart had been dug out by the BI and she had seen her son being bullied by the entire clan, she could no longer back down. She knew the methods of the clan, and she knew that her child had suffered a great grievance and suffering. Although she hadn't seen it herself, she could imagine how much her heart was bleeding. At this moment, she was no longer the same person as before. In the past 20 years, she had turned all her longing for the father and son into motivation. She worked hard on her cultivation, and with her extraordinary talent, she was no longer the same as before. All of her hard work was so that one day, she wouldn't be as powerless as before. The second guardian's eyes were trembling, and his old face was gloomy. There were also some old men who looked indifferent and didn't say much. Fourth aunt is so powerful. Some of the legalism's younger generation girls were astonished. Their eyes were filled with ripples. They had never seen their fourth aunt so forceful and fierce. Han Aodong's gaze fell on the second guardian, and she no longer paid any attention to them. She turned around and looked at the young man in the battle robe on the pile of rubble below. When their gazes met, her heart suddenly pounded. Her hands started to tremble, and the coldness in her eyes dissipated. Her clear face calmed down. At this moment, she wanted to say something to the young man, but she found that she couldn't speak. She couldn't even open her mouth. Her eyes stung as if she wanted to cry, but she forced herself to hold back. Tears welled up in her eyes. Countless times, she had imagined what it would be like to see him for the first time in the future. However, she had never thought that when they finally met, she wouldn't even be able to open her mouth. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also looking at the beautiful woman. He had seen her in his drunkard father's painting. That was his mother, the mother he had been thinking about day and night. Before coming to the school of legalism this time, Du Xiaofu was still looking forward to seeing his mother. What would he do if he could successfully see her? Would he be excited or excited? When his mother had arrived, Du Xiaofu's heart had suddenly trembled as if an electric current had surged through him. However, Du Xiaofu found that he had gradually calmed down. He didn't feel as excited as he had imagined. Instead, it was as if they had known each other for a long time. It was as if his mother had always been by his side, and he had never lost her. This feeling was strange, but it was also familiar. That familiarity came from the 3 years she had been pregnant. They were connected by blood. At this moment, the mother and son looked at each other, and the surroundings were silent. So she's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's mother. Some of the people from the various factions and families who didn't know what had happened finally understood, and they were incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would have such a deep connection with legalism. Mother! Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and was the first to break the silence. His voice was calm but deep. Hearing that calm and deep voice, Han Aodong could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. They flowed down her cheeks and her vision started to blur. However, a smile appeared on Han Aodong's beautiful face. Her aura was still supreme, and no one could provoke or offend her. Han Aodong's beautiful figure floated through the air and landed lightly on the pile of rubble. Her beautiful face opened her mouth before she spoke. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Child, let him go. Mother is here." I won't let you suffer any more. Du Xiaofu nodded. He reached out and threw Han Ningma, whose neck had turned red, to the side. He didn't pay any more attention to her. Let's go. Mother will take you away from here, Han Aodong said. Her beautiful figure flew out and left the square. I recognize you. Du Xiaofu looked at the second guardian calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed behind Han Aodong and left. For some reason, when the second guardian saw Du Xiaofu's calm gaze, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt uneasy and his divine soul trembled for no reason. He had never felt that way before. Under countless gazes, Du Xiaofu left, leaving behind only his back. In the end, he completely disappeared in mid-air. Huff! Huff! At this moment, the surrounding people gradually began to regain their senses. Then, there were sounds of people sucking in cold breath. Coo-coo, looking at the pile of rubble on the broken martial-proof platform and the extremely miserable Han Ningma, who was dripping with blood, countless people felt their throats burning as they swallowed their saliva. The nirvana of a supreme martial artist. Heng Qi, Huang Linger, Hong Anai, Su Lingzi, Mo Junyu, and the other representatives of the major forces and clans all had a change of expression. Their eyes trembled as they thought of many things. Dragon Fifth's eyes were dull as he trembled violently. He had never thought that this guy was actually the demon king Du Xiaofu who had killed his ninth brother. He was even the legendary supreme martial artist. As for Meng Wui, Heng Rushi, Guan Lianin, and the others, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. They had never thought that the demon king Du Xiaofu, a supreme martial artist who had achieved nirvana of a supreme martial artist, would be such a clown. He had obviously come to find trouble with legalism, but in the end, he made them lose all their treasures and made them lose everything they had. Demon King Du Xiaofu is too evil. In the end, someone secretly cursed. They had seen the Demon King's strength with their own eyes. Even someone as strong as Han Ningma couldn't withstand a single blow. They probably wouldn't have the chance to get their treasures back in this lifetime. As for the disciples of legalism, they were all in a daze at this moment, unable to recover from their shock. A supreme martial artist who had achieved nirvana was like a million mountains crushing their hearts. Han Ningma's defeat had shattered their confidence and reliance that was enough to look down on everything in the outside world. They no longer had any pride to speak of. Chapter 1561. The quiet courtyard was huge and quiet. Although the furnishings were simple, they were very elegant. However, it was obvious that no one had been in the courtyard for a while. But there were probably servants who cleaned the place. There was no dust and it was very clean. Have you been through hard times all these years? In the small hall, Han Aodong looked at Du Xiaofu. She raised her head slightly. The baby was now a head taller than her. She could vaguely see the traces of him. The heroic spirit between his brows was exactly the same. No. Du Xiaofu shook his head and replied. Do you hate your mother? Han Aodong looked at Du Xiaofu. She looked in the direction of Du Xiaofu's heart and asked with a trembling voice, Your heart? I don't hate it. Du Xiaofu shook his head again and replied, I'm fine. It's all in the past. As long as Xiaojing is fine, I'm fine too. You've suffered because of Xiaojing, Han Aodong said. She felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. Xiaojing is my sister. We are connected by blood. We are a family that cannot be separated, Du Xiaofu said with a smile on his face. Child. At this moment, Han Aodong finally could not help but choke up. She looked at the young man in front of her. How could she not know how much he had suffered? I'm really fine. All these years, my father has missed you and my sister very much. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and a smile appeared on his resolute face. How is your father? Han Aodong calmed down when she heard that. She looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. She was also worried about the other man. She missed the father and son every day. Father entered Jinlei Tensei's cave. I don't know how he is now, but he should be fine, Du Xiaofu replied. Then, the mother and son became a little awkward. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. The mother and son were speechless. They had never met each other since they were young, so they didn't know what to say. Du Xiaofu felt a little uncomfortable and awkward in his heart. Thinking about his mother at this moment, he was probably even sadder. Therefore, Du Xiaofu took the initiative to talk about a lot of things. He didn't know what to say, so he talked about the interesting things that had happened since he was young. Han Aodong's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. It was as if she had not seen him for more than 20 years and wanted to make up for it all. From childhood until now, Du Xiaofu had hidden all the dangerous situations he had encountered. He didn't say much and appeared to be very relaxed. Han Aodong smiled when she heard about her child's childhood. When she heard that her child had established a country called Huang, defeated Kyushu, slayed dragons in the Tianhuang mainland, and achieved nirvana in the golden-winged rock race, Han Aodong's eyes lit up and she was filled with pride. She could imagine how amazing her child was. However, Han Aodong's heart was filled with bitterness. How could she not know what kind of training he had gone through all these years? Otherwise, how could he have such achievements? However, she was glad that her child was standing in front of her at this moment. More importantly, he was fine. You fought with Han Ningma. Are you injured? Quick, take some elixirs. Then, Han Aodong seemed to have just remembered something. She immediately took out a large pile of elixirs from her Qiankuan bag and handed them to Du Xiaofu. There were all kinds of elixirs. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly and took a few elixirs. Actually, he wasn't injured. He was just a little exhausted. However, Du Xiaofu knew that as a mother, she would always want to leave everything to her child. If he didn't take the elixirs, she would definitely be worried. This was the first time the mother and son met after being separated for more than 20 years. Du Xiaofu knew that his mother was feeling guilty, so she wanted to make it up to him. Du Xiaofu could feel it. The mother and son spent a long time together and talked a lot. Du Xiaofu also found out from his mother that his sister, Xiaojing, was still in seclusion, so she didn't appear. Then, Han Aodong left. She seemed to have something to do. She told Du Xiaofu to go to his room and adjust his breathing. In the room, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the bed. He was in a daze, as if he couldn't believe it. Did he really see his mother? Perhaps it was because he had never seen her since he was young, but everything made Du Xiaofu a little dazed. It felt a little unreal. Then, Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He didn't hide anything and activated the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. A day passed slowly. However, it was an extremely long and heavy day for the entire legalism. There was silence everywhere. Not many people spoke. At night, the moon was dark and the stars were bright. There are only two paths. Let him join legalism, or kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he grows up, he will be a huge threat to our entire legalism. It's already a miracle that the kid didn't die after losing his heart. His martial vein is terrifying. He can integrate 3 spiritual thunders and comprehend the supreme beast energy of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. The aura on his body is like that of a real golden-winged rock. He can even go through nirvana. There must be a huge secret on him. If we can find out all these secrets, we can create countless peak juniors for our legalism. That kid can go through nirvana. He must have many secrets on him. It's a miracle that he didn't die after losing his heart and integrated 3 spiritual thunders. If our legalism can find out the secrets on him, we can definitely suppress the other 8 families, the 4 seas and Wudong Mountain. I'm just afraid that the kid won't be willing. Han Aodong is also helping outsiders. We can't do as we wish. We can't tolerate him. He must stay in legalism. At the very least, he must hand over the secrets on him. The blood of our legalism flows in his body. He has an obligation to do his best for our legalism. His personality isn't suitable to be forced. It's best if he is willing to stay in legalism. An elder was worried. Only if he is willing to stay can he last. If he is willing to stay, then he knows what's good for him. But if he doesn't know what's good for him, Rumor has it that the kid is the young master of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. If we force him too much, we might alarm the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Some people were also afraid of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. That was a terrifying supreme beast clan. This is legalism. After all, the blood of our legalism flows in that kid's body. What does he have to do with the golden-winged Great Rock Clan? Don't tell me he dares to kill his way into our legalism. That kid is a human. How can he be the young master of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan? I'm afraid there are some secrets behind this. It might not be true. Many elders were sitting upright in the main hall. Their eyes flickered and revealed divine light when they opened and closed. They were discussing Du Xiaofu's matter through the night. There were different opinions and dispute. They only dispersed very late. At night, pearls were shining brightly in the quiet courtyard room. Han Aodong sat upright. She had a needle, thread, and cloth in her hands. She was sewing clothes. Occasionally, Han Aodong would raise her eyes to look at the wall. A smile would appear on her face. She was very happy. Her heart had never felt more at ease. Her son was next door meditating. Her heart was filled with a feeling of joy. This feeling was different from when she was with his father. However, it still made her feel at ease. Throughout the night, Han Aodong would take a short rest while sewing. She could not help but walk to the door next door. She reached out and wanted to push open the door. She wanted to take a good look at her son. She wanted to touch his face, his hair, and his eyebrows and nose that were exactly the same as his. However, she resisted. Her son was meditating. She did not want to disturb him. She didn't dare either. To her, the infant in swaddling clothes was already so heroic and peerless when they met again. She thought that this was a dream. Everything had happened so suddenly that it didn't seem real at all. Hence, she was afraid. After all, her son was still a stranger to her. She was afraid that she would scare her son and cause him to disappear in front of her again. Tingxian, our child is very outstanding. He is even more outstanding than you. It has been hard on you all these years. Soon we will be able to meet again and reunite as a family. Right? I miss you so much, Han Aodong murmured. At that moment she was very happy. After all, her son was by her side now. Things seemed to be progressing well. Perhaps soon their family would be reunited. His clothes are torn. I have to rush him out. Then, Han Aodong returned to the room. Her beautiful face revealed a satisfied smile as she continued to sew clothes. At that moment, she was not the Han Aodong of legalism. She was not the Han Aodong who had once shocked the 9 great families. She was just an ordinary mother. After a night, the morning light swept away the night sky. In the morning, Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he meditated. He retracted his breath. The golden light on his body flashed and finally disappeared. His eyes shone with a golden light. Then, they became clear again. Du Xiaofu felt that his mother had returned. She had been standing outside the door for quite some time. Mother, Du Xiaofu pushed open the door. His mother was standing outside. Chapter 1562. I see that your clothes are torn. Try them on and see if they fit, Han Aodong said. Her voice was very gentle. She was a completely different person from the domineering person on the martial arts platform yesterday. Du Xiaofu was stunned and took the clothes. Put them on and see if they fit. Han Aodong pushed Du Xiaofu back into the room and closed the door. Then, Han Aodong started to feel nervous. She did not know if the clothes she made would fit him. If the workmanship was not good enough, would he dislike it? In the room, Du Xiaofu held the clothes in his hands. There was a clean and tidy pair of underwear. The outer garment was a purple battle robe. The material was very good. It seemed to have been mixed with the skin of some demonic beast. It was soft but hard. It would not be easy to tear. The workmanship of the clothes was only average. If one looked carefully, there were many lines and wrong stitches. This was sewn by mother herself. Du Xiaofu was sure that the clothes were made by his mother. He put them on. They fit him well. It proved that his mother had sewed it herself last night. Otherwise, it would not fit him so well. As Du Xiaofu stroked the purple battle suit on his body, he finally felt the reality of it. Tears welled up in his eyes. When Du Xiaofu walked out of the room again, Han Aodong looked at the young man in the purple battle robe in front of her. She sighed in relief. It seemed to fit. Then she saw it clearly and deliberately asked in a gentle voice, "Does it fit?" "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded. "Then," he added, "it fits me very well." "That's good." Han Aodong smiled. "Then," she said embarrassedly, "it's just that the style is not good. I was born to be a clothes hanger. I look good in everything," Du Xiaofu said as he patted his chest. He was not humble at all. He felt that he was telling the truth. "You're so shameless. Let's see which girl can stand you in the future." Han Aodong was very happy. She felt that the distance between her son and her was getting closer and closer. "Girls? If mother likes them, I'll marry a few more in the future," Du Xiaofu said with a smile, revealing his white teeth. His eyes were clear and bright. "If those girls don't have any objections, mother naturally won't have any objections. However, you're not allowed to deceive those girls. Otherwise, mother won't forgive you." Han Aodong pinched her son's face gently. At this moment, she truly felt that her son, whom she had been thinking about day and night, was finally by her side. It was so real. "By the way, I went to visit an ancestor in my family yesterday. I wanted to bring you to visit him, but that ancestor has yet to return from his travels. He's not in his home right now." Then, Han Aodong deliberately said, "Back then, the one who protected you and your father in the end was that patriarch. He has always taken good care of me. I only found out yesterday that when you killed some people from legalism on Tianhuang mainland, the patriarch also spoke out." "I know him." Du Xiaofu nodded. Back then, he had also seen a dazzling figure in the void painting. Although he did not see his real body, he should be the patriarch that his mother was talking about. After the incident on Tianhuang mainland, the people from legalism did not do anything. Du Xiaofu had also found it strange. It turned out that the legalism patriarch had spoken out. Du Xiaofu was not stupid. Yesterday, his mother had left to find the ancestor who had always been taking care of her. It was probably because of him. He had caused some trouble in the school of legalism, and his mother wanted the ancestor to help resolve it. However, today is the old supremacy's birthday. In terms of seniority, he should be your great-great-grandson. He said that he wants to see you first today, Han Aodong said. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I know everything that legalism has done to you. The old supremacy probably wants to see you to ask for your opinion on whether you want to stay in legalism. When the time comes, you can decide for yourself. I know that you are peerless, but legalism might be stronger than you think. You can refuse, but at least before you have enough strength, don't let anything happen. I don't want to lose you again." "Yes, I understand." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He then nodded and said to his mother, "I can go see him. Perform well. My son is the strongest," Han Aodong said. Her eyes were filled with radiance. She said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "As for the other people from legalism, I won't let them bully you again. I'm not that easy to bully." Du Xiaofu smiled. After a while, in front of a lake, there were ripples. The surroundings were lush. There was a small bridge, flowing water, and green bamboo. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. In an exquisite and simple courtyard, Du Xiaofu met the person he wanted to see alone under the guidance of his mother. Du Xiaofu originally thought that it would be an old man or an old man. However, the result was beyond Du Xiaofu's imagination. In the end, Du Xiaofu met a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 40s. However, Du Xiaofu knew very well that this was the old supremacy of legalism. He was a terrifying existence who had lived for thousands of years. Great supreme nirvana. Peerless talent. Not bad, little guy. The old supremacy said with a smile in his eyes. His youthful appearance could easily dazzle people. He didn't look like the old supremacy of legalism at all. His appearance was also very ordinary. However, his aura were enough to make people respect and look up to him. This was a terrifying existence. He was probably a terrifying expert who could move unhindered in this world. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to be arrogant at this moment. He bowed respectfully. You also have the blood of legalism in you. No matter what reason you had in the past, you've experienced a lot. However, it's all in the past. Don't worry and stay here in the future. If some people want to do anything, I'll teach them a lesson. No one will find trouble with you anymore. The old supremacy smiled. He didn't put on any airs. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. It seemed like he didn't know how to respond to the old supremacy's words. As for joining legalism, Du Xiaofu was naturally unwilling in his heart. If you're free in the future, you should take a look around legalism. There are many places that are good for you. From now on, you're qualified to go anywhere in legalism. The old supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. Thank you. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth. He still didn't know what to say. The old supremacy suddenly smiled. He looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Oh right, I heard that there are 10 beauties in the younger generation. Do you want to marry all of them?" This, Du Xiaofu was stunned. He didn't expect the old supremacy to ask about this. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Young people are all hot-blooded. If you like them, you can marry all of them. It's no big deal. The old supremacy said. I'm afraid that even if I'm willing, the 10 ladies won't be willing. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Don't worry. If I ask, they won't be unwilling. The old supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu. He seemed to be sizing him up. He smiled and said, "Of course, with your talent, it's their destiny to follow you. In the future, legalism will spread its branches and leave. We'll definitely be able to nurture even more little fellows like you." Du Xiaofu was speechless. He couldn't say anything more. Could it be that he really had to marry one of the 10 beauties? Did he really have to? Du Xiaofu thought to himself. Alright, you can slowly think about this matter. Now I'll take you for a walk. A smile appeared on the face of the old High Lord as he led Du Xiaofu away. Although legalism had been heavy yesterday, it was still very lively today. The atmosphere was jubilant. Many places were covered with the word longevity. Today was the old supremacy's birthday. He had invited people from all over to congratulate him. He was also going to hold a sermon. Many families and major powers had sent their juniors to congratulate him. The Beast region, the Yao region, the Four Seas, and Wudong Mountain had all sent people. Many people came. Although on one hand they were here to spy on each other, they were also here to preach the Tao on the altar. The old supremacy of legalism was a terrifying powerhouse who had lived for thousands of years. If he was willing to hold a sermon, it would be a great opportunity for the younger generation. In the vast square, a sea of people had gathered early in the morning. This wasn't the martial-proof stage, but rather another plaza within legalism. It was extremely vast, with a high platform in the center. Gradually, the Mo family and the other 8 great families, the dragons, Huanglinger, and the other beast clans, as well as other major powers, had all been led here by the Du family. Everyone in the plaza was waiting. It was very quiet. No one made a sound. Even the arrogant dragons were respectful. They didn't say a word. Today, the old supremacy of legalism was going to hold a sermon. He couldn't help but feel reverence in his heart. Many of the legalism's elders and powerhouses were also present. This was a rare opportunity. They all wanted to listen. They hoped to gain some enlightenment and advance further. Rumble. As the sun rose higher in the sky, dazzling light suddenly appeared on the high platform. It was mysterious and vast. Two figures appeared. One was a middle-aged man, the other a youth in purple battle robes. When they saw that the youth in purple was none other than Du Xiaofu, many people were astonished. Many of the legalism's members were also surprised. Their gazes rippled. "Happy birthday to the old supremacy! Happy birthday to Ancestor Xian!" When the middle-aged man appeared, Du Xiaofu was astonished for a moment. Then, from the legalism's elders and powerhouses, some of them knelt down on one knee and began to respectfully offer their blessings. The sound waves converged and resounded through the clouds. Finally, a large longevity character appeared in the clouds above. It released a dazzling light that was profound and dazzling. "Congratulations to the old supremacy for having fortune as boundless as the four seas and a long life as long as the heavens." Heng Qi, Void Spirit, Jiang Yunfeng, Dragon Fifth, Huang Linger, Hong and I, and the others from the various great families and powers bowed respectfully. Although they were in awe, they didn't kneel. They only bowed. "Rise, all of you," the old supremacy said with a smile. His voice was loud and clear, shaking the void. Chapter 1563. Boom! At the same time, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the old supremacy, shaking the heavens and the earth. Finally, it turned into a ray of light that filled the sky. As a result, the sky was filled with dazzling symbols that illuminated the surroundings. It was as if a god had descended into the world. The old supremacy is going to preach. Everyone was excited. They immediately sat down cross-legged and prepared to listen to the sound of the Tao. "Xiaofu, why don't you sit beside me?" The old supremacy gestured for Du Xiaofu to sit beside him and listen. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all astonished. The old supremacy's action was undoubtedly a declaration to legalism, as well as to Kyushu, the Yao realm, and the beast region that legalism had accepted Du Xiaofu's existence and treated him well. Even Haningma might not have received such treatment in the past to be able to sit beside the old supremacy and listen to the sound of the Tao. However, afterwards, many people came to an understanding. Du Xiaofu, the demon king who had undergone nirvana, had a close relationship with the school of legalism. The school of legalism would obviously do everything they could to rope him in. Du Xiaofu didn't refuse. He looked at his mother from afar, then sat down cross-legged behind the old supremacy. The Tao is the origin of all things. It is the origin of all logic. The Tao is the origin of all things. As the old supremacy spoke, light spread out from his body and enveloped him. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the sky, as if forming a world of its own. Listen carefully and seek the fruit of the Tao. All the disciples of legalism were pleasantly surprised and listened carefully. All living things in the world, all living things in the world, one thought for an eternity, the second thought for the Middle Ages, and the third thought for the present age. As the old supremacy spoke, light enveloped him like a miracle. His voice was like the sound of the Tao, piercing through the hearts of people and resounding throughout the world. At this moment, Qi Jiajun, Huang Linger, and the others were also immersed in the sound of the Tao. The old sovereign's sermon lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, causing the heavens and earth to move. The stars rotated and countless strange phenomena surged out. It was as if he had led everyone through 100 reincarnations, and everyone had benefited greatly. On the square, countless people sat cross-legged, their bodies shrouded in fluorescent light. They were immersed in it and did not wake up for a long time. From the 4th day onwards, there were people who made breakthroughs one after another. There were quite a few followers of legalism. Among those who obtained a spot to enter this time, there were some who broke through as well. Their eyes revealed looks of joy as they obtained great benefits. In the 6th and 7th heavens, there were also people from the school of Taoism, the school of vertical and horizontal, as well as the other 8 major schools. On the 8th day, Du Xiaofu woke up. Golden light flickered in his eyes and the radiance on his body was restrained. Du Xiaofu looked at the old supremacy on the high platform. He did not know when the old supremacy had disappeared, but in the past few days, he had indeed gained some insight. However, perhaps it was because he had undergone the nirvana of a grand supreme that he did not walk the path of an ordinary person. Du Xiaofu realized that the enlightenment he gained was not too great, but he had already benefited a lot. After that, people in the square woke up one after another. On the 11th day, legalism took out many treasures as rewards. Some followers of legalism who obtained a spot to enter legalism this time received some extraordinary treasures. There were heavenly treasures, spiritual herbs, and artifacts. The most valuable one was a half-step saint artifact. Legalism rewarded it to Hui Mutian from the school of vertical and horizontal. Afterward, the people from the various families and major forces left one after another, and legalism gradually returned to its peaceful state. However, this also meant that the outside world was destined to not be peaceful anymore. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, had achieved nirvana and was currently in legalism. Once the news spread out, it was enough to shake the entire world. During these days, Du Xiaofu accompanied his mother. After the mother and son got to know each other, they became much closer. Child, you must have suffered a lot in the outside world over the years. Our lineage is very happy that you've returned this time, and we hope to do something for you. Out of the 10 beauties of legalism, if you like a few of them, why don't you marry them? It'll be another joyous occasion for our school of legalism. On that day, an old man from the school of legalism appeared. In terms of seniority, he could be considered Han Aodong's granduncle. His status in the school of legalism was clearly quite high. He was an extraordinary elder of the school of legalism. His expression was rather kind as he asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, I want to marry them. However, marriage is a big matter, and it has to be decided by my parent. My father is not by my side, so I have to ask for his opinion. Don't worry. When your father comes back, your family will be reunited, said the old man. Back then, legalism promised to look for my father. Why hasn't it done anything? Otherwise, my father would have been in legalism long ago, Du Xiaofu said calmly. The old man was stunned. He could feel the resentment in Du Xiaofu's heart. He said, Child, some things have already passed. Isn't everything developing in a good direction now? You've also seen your mother. In the future, your family will be able to reunite. Our family is reunited. Do you need me to stay in legalism? Du Xiaofu asked. You are a legalism person. The blood of legalism flows in your body, said the old man kindly. Phew, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at the old man calmly. He asked, Then why wasn't it like this in the past? Why did legalism want to kill me time and time again? The old man was stunned. Then, he said, Perhaps you have misunderstood. If legalism really accepts me, why do I have to stay in legalism? Du Xiaofu said to the old man. Back then, the second protector brought people to separate my family. If legalism really treats me well, shouldn't it let me deal with it? Du Xiaofu raised these 2 requests. The old man could not answer. Child, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am your elder. This is for your own good. Think about it carefully. The old man shook his head and sighed. In the end, he left. Child, the reason why the elder is looking for you is to ask you to stay in legalism, right? After a while, in the courtyard, Han Aodong asked Du Xiaofu. Although she was not there, she was smart and guessed the elder's intention. Yes, I said I have to think about it. Du Xiaofu did not say anything more. He did not want his mother to worry. These days, Du Xiaofu roughly knew that his mother had been in legalism for more than 20 years and could not go out. She did not know anything about the outside world. Even when he came to legalism, his mother did not know. This was half-house arrest. Therefore, this made Du Xiaofu feel even more resentful. In this huge legalism, his mother's words did not carry much weight. If she could change anything, she would have done so long ago. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not say much. He smiled and did not want his mother to worry. Just do as you wish. If they still make things difficult for you this time, I will not let it go. Even if I have to fight them, Han Aodong said. Han Aodong spoke. Her expression became a bit colder, and her gaze was resolute. This time, no one could touch her son. I understand. Du Xiaofu smiled lightly and said, Mother, after my sister comes out of seclusion, let's go home and take a look. Let's go see your son's desolate country. To Du Xiaofu, legalism was not his home. The home in his heart was always in Stone City, followed by the ancient Heaven Sect, the Seven-Star Hall, the Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan, and even Tianwu Academy. However, legalism was not his home. At least, Du Xiaofu did not feel any sense of home in legalism. Okay, after your sister comes out of seclusion, I will go see my son's desolate country. As for me, am I the Empress Dowager? Han Aodong smiled. In the evening, the sun was setting in the west. The sunset dyed the sky red. Impudent! That brat clearly does not want to stay in legalism. He even wants to punish me. How dare he? In the main hall, the second protector sat in a corner with a gloomy expression. Does he really think that our legalism needs him just because he has achieved nirvana? That brat is much harder to control than Xiaojing. If we let him stay, he might directly affect Xiaojing in the future. If anything happens to Xiaojing, it will be a real disaster. Xiaojing cannot have any accidents. If that brat really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, we must not let him stay. Otherwise, he will affect Xiaojing in the future. He has achieved nirvana. If he really wants to stay, it will bring endless benefits to our legalism. Even if it's just to satisfy some of his wishes, we should let him stay. There were also people who wanted to persuade him to stay. How can we let him stay? Let him deal with the second protector? If that's the case, won't all of us be punished by him in the future? This is legalism. Someone strongly objected. There was another argument in the main hall. After a long time, the figures left one after another. Chapter 1564. Child, have you made up your mind? The next morning, the elder from yesterday came again and asked for Du Xiaofu's opinion. Back then, the second protector who separated my family and wanted to kill me, can you let me deal with him? Has the legalism come to a conclusion? Du Xiaofu asked. Child, when it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. Back then, the second protector was only following orders. Back then, your mother and father's union had something to do with the clan, so it was impossible to investigate, the elder said. The legalism could not hand over the second protector, as the implications were too great. Why do you want me to join the legalism? Isn't everything fine now? Du Xiaofu already knew the result. Firstly, he did not have a good impression of the second protector, and secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to test the legalism's attitude towards him. However, the result was just as Du Xiaofu had expected, so he was not surprised. You can think about it again. The elder nodded and did not force him. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Back then, your heart had already saved your little sister Xiaojing. Although it looks fine now, the family is very concerned and is afraid that something will happen to you. Moreover, you have fused 3 spirit thunders in your body, which is too dangerous. Since ancient times, no one has ever succeeded. Also, Xiaojing does not have any martial veins in your body, which is very strange. The family hopes to give you a thorough examination to ensure your safety and prevent any accidents from happening. Haha, Du Xiaofu laughed helplessly. He finally understood why the legalism wanted him to join the legalism. Not only did they not have any sincerity, but they also wanted to see the mysteries in his body. They wanted to investigate the mysteries in his body. Thank you for the legalism's concern, Du Xiaofu said without much fluctuation in his voice. Looking at Du Xiaofu and hearing his laughter, the old man's expression also changed. He was somewhat moved. It seemed that the family had really gone overboard with this little fellow. Child, the family is also worried about you. In addition, the family also hopes that you can go one step further. You can use all the secret zones and treasures. The elder spoke. This could be considered compensation. In legalism, those who could merge 3 streaks of spiritual lightning, lose one's heart and not die, as well as those martial veins and supreme golden-winged ping beast abilities were something they had to obtain. If they were able to uncover its profundities, then they would definitely be able to nurture countless peak younger generations for legalism in the future. This was an irresistible temptation to legalism, and this temptation was even greater than that of a Nirvana stage Grand Exalt. After all, this Nirvana Grandmaster's surname was Du, and he wasn't a true core member of legalism. I'm doing very well now. There's no need for legalism to worry about me. When my sister comes out of seclusion, I hope to bring my mother and sister back to the desolate country. Du Xiaofu directly rejected. No matter what, he couldn't hand over his secrets to legalism. There was no room for negotiation. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that once his secrets were exposed, he would only become their experimental subject. And if his Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron was exposed, he didn't know what would happen. The Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron seemed to be related to legalism. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to be on guard against it. He wasn't strong enough. Child, don't be too stubborn. Think about it again. After the elder finished speaking, he left. After the elder left, Du Xiaofu stood there quietly. He was feeling very depressed and felt a sense of danger. Then, Du Xiaofu calmed himself down. He didn't want his mother to worry. Du Xiaofu also didn't tell Han Aodong about this. He was afraid that his mother would do something extreme. In this huge legalism, what could his mother do? The old ancestor who had always been protecting his mother didn't belong to legalism either. He wants to leave. He wants to take Xiaojing and Aodong away. He wants to run. In the Grand Hall of Legalism, an elder spoke. He's not willing to hand over his secrets and wants to take Xiaojing away. We can't let him live. Use a secret technique to search his primordial spirit. We can still find out all his secrets. Use the clan's soul-controlling secret technique to make it obedient. Although it won't make any progress in the future, as long as it can represent the school of legalism, it'll be enough to help Xiaojing and the others when the time comes. His heart doesn't belong to legalism. If he leaves and can't be used by legalism, he will inevitably become a problem in the future. If Xiaojing is affected, the price will be too great. No, we have to give him another chance. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't destroy him. After all, he has the blood of legalism in his body, an elder said. He was the elder who had contacted Du Xiaofu several times. He was Han Aodong's senior, and he couldn't bear to do it. He has the blood of legalism, but he also has the blood of a despicable person from the outside world. If we can find out his secrets, I'm afraid that the younger generation of legalism won't be weaker than him. When that time comes, our legalism will truly prosper. That kid is unruly and difficult to tame. If we nurture him into a true expert one day, he might bite us back. When that happens, it will be too late to regret it. An elder said gloomily, moreover, our legalism doesn't lack him. We have to control him, or we have to get rid of future problems. Xiaojing is his sister after all. If she finds out in the future, I'm afraid she will resist in her heart. Someone was worried. After all, siblings were connected by blood. Then let Xiaojing never know. Moreover, if we can control that kid with the secret technique of soul control, Xiaojing will only be more at ease. The gloomy elder just now sneered. A sharp weapon that couldn't be controlled would only hurt oneself. It was better to eliminate the source of trouble than to nurture a tiger. Legalism didn't lack a sharp weapon. And if they found out all the secrets, legalism might even prosper from then on. The strength of others was naturally far inferior to his own strength. He felt that he wouldn't lose out on this debt. In the evening, the setting sun was like blood, covering half the sky. Bright red clouds spread out over the mountains. Child, some elders in the clan wish to see you and have a chat with you. The old man came again, wanting to take Du Xiaofu away. I'll go too, Han Aodong said. She was still worried and wanted to go too. Don't worry, it's just the elders who want to see him. Don't worry. Don't you trust me? The elder stopped Han Aodong, not wanting her to go. What will come will come. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He didn't want anything to happen to his mother. He smiled at Han Aodong and said casually, Don't worry, I'll be back soon. All right. Han Aodong hesitated. The person who came was also an elder of her bloodline. In the end, she nodded. And so, Du Xiaofu followed the elder all the way to a vast and majestic hall. The surroundings were magnificent, like a fairyland. Inside the hall, the aura was vast. Hundreds of elders and strong cultivators were sitting there, making Du Xiaofu's heart tremble when he entered the hall. Looking around, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. The second guardian was among them. There were also many people he had seen around the martial-proof platform that day. At the head of the hall, there was an old man sitting on a chair. His eyes were closed, and no aura could be sensed from his body. Child, we're very worried about you. We want to examine you. We can't let anything happen to you. Inside the hall, an elder had a smile on his face. He looked very kind and said to Du Xiaofu, You're still young. You might misunderstand our good intentions. But don't worry, we won't hurt you. Du Xiaofu looked at the elder and said calmly, Legalism doesn't need to worry about me. If I don't let you examine me today, I won't be able to walk out of this hall? Hearing this, many of the elders in the hall changed their expressions. Brat, don't be so shameless, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You also have the blood of the school of legalism, so you have an obligation to do something for the school of legalism. Tell me all your secrets or else. These legalism elders didn't seem to have much patience. They tore off their masks and revealed their fangs. They didn't believe that a kid could escape from them. I'm afraid that if I stay up late, it will delay tomorrow. Let's just release it on National Day tomorrow. I'm adjusting my schedule. I hope brothers and sisters and readers can forgive me. Chapter 1565. There really isn't any blood in my body that belongs to the school of legalism. If there is, it's my mother's. It has nothing to do with the school of legalism. Back then, you tricked me into joining the school of legalism because you wanted my heart. As for killing me, you tricked me into joining the school of legalism because you want my secret. Or do you want to kill me? Du Xiaofu laughed loudly. His laughter was somewhat dry and loud. His eyes swept across everyone in the hall and said with a clear gaze, This is legalism, this is the dignified legalism. Hearing these words, many people's eyes flickered. Especially when they met Du Xiaofu's gaze, some avoided it while others secretly changed their expressions. Your heart wants to save Xiaojing and your sister. This is a matter of course. You have the blood of legalism flowing in your veins. You have the obligation to hand over your secret. This time, you secretly came to join legalism. Clearly, you are plotting something and harboring evil intentions. The second protector coldly shouted. I am willing to save my sister Xiaojing. Even if you want me to save my sister again, I will not hesitate. However, you tricked me, bullied me, and tried to kill me time and time again. You keep saying that I have the blood of legalism flowing in my veins. When did you ever think that I have anything to do with legalism? You only want to kill me. You are truly ruthless. Do you people of legalism know what conscience is? Could it be that you have never felt uneasy and worried about retribution? Du Xiaofu raised his voice again and laughed. As for me plotting against legalism, haha, how laughable. What is legalism? I am the young master of the golden-winged Pung bird clan. Who dares to touch me? Boom. As soon as his voice faded, Du Xiaofu's body was suffused with golden light. A phantom of a golden-winged Pung flapped its wings and circled behind him. A supreme beast aura filled the hall and shook the void, causing everyone's expressions to change. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was not angry. He had already expected this to happen. Du Xiaofu didn't hate him, because he wasn't surprised by this outcome. Legalism had never treated itself well. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with anger and hatred. There was an indescribable resentment that was hard to let go. Legalism had tried to bully him time and time again. Did they really think that he was that easy to bully? Did the people of legalism not have a conscience? Humph, let's not talk about how a human like you can become the young clan leader of the golden-winged rock clan. Do you think we are fools? You have the blood of our legalism, yet you joined the beast clan. You are betraying your ancestors and forgetting your root. You have malicious intentions. At the head of the hall, an elderly man's expression was gloomy. The legalism had long since heard that the golden-winged rock clan had come out because of this boy. This had caused a huge commotion in Kyushu. However, he didn't think that a human could really become the young clan leader of the golden-winged rock clan. This was simply too inconceivable. Moreover, they were one of the 9 great clans of legalism. How could they fear the golden-winged rock clan? Looking straight at Du Xiaofu, the elderly man's expression was indifferent as he continued to speak coldly. So what if you're from the golden-winged rock clan? The 9 great clans are of the same branch. Attacking our legalism is attacking the entire human race. Would the golden-winged rock clan dare to attack the entire human race? This is the resting place of legalism. I'm afraid even the golden-winged rock clan wouldn't dare to come here. You actually want to rely on a beast to protect you. You're a traitor who forgets his roots. You're not a good person. The blood in my body is the blood of the golden-winged rock clan, and the bones in my body are the bones of the golden-winged rock clan. My body is the flesh and blood of the Du clan, and my soul is the soul of the Du clan. How could I be a traitor who forgets his roots? Why do you have to make it sound so nice? If you want to be shameless, then just be shameless. Today, you just want to know what kind of secret I have. I'd like to see if any of you can touch me. Du Xiaofu loudly sneered. Humph. In the hall, the faces of many old experts were gloomy. They were somewhat speechless. However, their faces became even colder and colder. Their auras surged and flashed. When they gathered together, they were like millions of mountains that surrounded and suppressed Du Xiaofu. They could even crush the void. Do you think that you can fight against our legalism just because you've achieved nirvana? It's rare for a great sovereign to achieve nirvana, but you're still too weak. You're far from being able to fight against our legalism. In front of our legalism, you're still just an ant. If you don't want to hand over your secrets and acknowledge your ancestors, we have our own ways to make you obedient and obedient. The elder at the head of the hall said coldly. Looking at the young man in purple, he felt that he had to kill him as soon as possible. If he was allowed to grow, he would be a great threat to the legalism in the future. At this moment, the young man had already made him feel uneasy. Child, don't ruin yourself. You're still young. As long as you repent, you still have a bright future ahead of you. The elder from the Han clan who had been in contact with Du Xiaofu said. He hoped that Du Xiaofu would compromise. He couldn't bear to destroy a great sovereign's nirvana. If Du Xiaofu could compromise, everyone would be happy. It would be the best result. I didn't tell my mother because I didn't want her to know the deceitful face of the elder she trusted. This was Du Xiaofu's reply to the elder. The elder's face turned pale and he couldn't say anything. Kid, you're stubborn. There's no need to say anything more. Let's execute the family rules. The gloomy elder at the head of the hall said. His eyes were cold and his aura fluctuated. He was about to take action. His mother's surname is Han. If anyone wants to take action, it should be the Han clan. No one else can do it. On the head of the hall, the elder who had his eyes closed opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was like lightning, and his aura was terrifying. Hearing the elder's words, everyone in the hall looked at each other in dismay. Some people trembled inwardly and didn't dare to say anything. Some people even retreated a little. Du Xiaofu looked at the elder. His invisible aura was terrifying. He was probably no weaker than the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu. Child, a great sovereign's nirvana is a pity. It's good for you to submit. Otherwise, don't blame legalism. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being strong enough. Then the elder spoke to Du Xiaofu. His expression was solemn, and his words were sincere and heartfelt. On his left and right, there were a few other elders with gloomy expressions. Light flashed in their eyes. Indeed, the weak are prey to the strong. Strength is respect. If I have enough strength today, I will definitely wash legalism in blood and kill you all. Du Xiaofu nodded, his eyes shining. He agreed with the elder's words, but he also knew that he wasn't strong enough. Legalism was too strong. Sigh. Then don't blame legalism. The elder sighed and waved his long sleeve. A bright light burst out from his hand, as if it turned into a light curtain that distorted the void. It instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Qi. At the same instant, Du Xiaofu made his move. He had long been prepared. A resplendent beam of light shot out from the center of his brows. After that, a figure lunged out. Resplendent runes erupted as he punched out with an unparalleled might towards the light screen that was distorting the void. Chapter 1566. Boom! With a muffled collision, runes soared into the sky, and a dragon's roar resounded through the hall, shaking the surrounding hall to the point of collapse. If it weren't for the talisman array, the hall would have been razed to the ground in an instant, and a deep abyss would have appeared on the ground. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was absolutely terrifying. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure was like lightning as he used the rock soars to 10,000 miles. At this moment, he disappeared from the hall like an arrow leaving the bow. That figure immediately followed behind and left in an instant. It's the dragons, chase them. However, it was also at this moment that the old man with the sunken face in the hall vanished first. Afterwards, the experts and old men from the school of legalism lunged out with lightning speed. Du Xiaofu wanted to escape back to his mother's courtyard and take her away from the legalism. If he had no other choice, with the purple lightning profound cauldron and vain soul, he wouldn't be completely without a chance. This was his only chance. However, Du Xiaofu's wish didn't come true. With the speed of the rock soars to 10,000 miles, he was intercepted by the old man at the head of the hall. The old man's aura was very strong, and he wasn't much weaker than the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu. Afterwards, the old man from the Han family and the other old men and experts of the school of legalism all gathered around. More than 100 legalism experts stood in the void, surrounding the four directions, crushing the void and sealing off the sky and the earth. Master! At this moment, a green-robed old man stood in the void beside Du Xiaofu. He had drooping eyebrows, and his forehead bulged as if he had two horns. The aura on his body rippled, and the faint shadow of a dragon circled around him. He was transformed from Qiuli. After submitting to Du Xiaofu, he was arranged by Du Xiaofu to enter the heavenly beast hall in the desolate ancient space to receive the inheritance of the ancient dragons and obtain a great opportunity. Although Qiuli had been struck by lightning for a long time in the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu had helped him refine his body with divine lightning. Qiuli was originally only one step away from the bounded domain. At this moment, Chioli also broke through in the heavenly beast hall and finally stepped into the bounded domain. After taking that step, although it didn't seem far, it was a world of difference from before. This caused the old men and experts of legalism to feel the aura from Chioli's body and their expressions to change. In legalism, there were only a few cultivators at the realm level. The dragons want to interfere. The gloomy old man frowned slightly. He did not know the relationship between Chioli and the dragons, but legalism definitely had to pay attention to the dragons at the domain level, not to mention that they were backed by the entire dragon clan. Kill whoever dares to move. Chioli opened his mouth and his aura surged. He did not back down at all. So this is what you're relying on? A legalism old man stared at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression. He thought that he finally knew the reason why Du Xiaofu dared to be so arrogant in legalism. Kill! Du Xiaofu did not say anything. There was no need for him to say anything at this moment. Coldness shot out from his eyes. Quietly, he crushed something in his hand. A golden light disappeared from his palm without a trace, submerging into his palm. At this moment, in a certain space between heaven and earth, there were mountains as high as clouds and towering trees all around. It was lush and green. In a quiet stone cave, golden light overflowed. A seemingly hunchbacked old woman was sitting cross-legged. Chi-chi, suddenly, the old woman opened her slightly closed eyes. The golden light in her eyes shot out like lightning and shook the stone cave. A terrifying chill appeared on her wrinkled old face. How dare you touch my grandson? Do you think I'm dead? As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman's figure disappeared from the stone cave. It was as if she had instantly merged into the air. It was unbelievably strange. Roar. Legalism. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the dragon roared. Chioli roared and swept out. The sound waves swept out like waves, and the dragon's might covered the sky. In an instant, Chioli transformed into his dragon form and stretched across the sky. The two horns on his forehead were densely covered with dazzling talisman patterns, and his dragon scales were shining. Stop the horned dragon! Restrain that brat! The gloomy old man ordered. He pounced straight at Du Xiaofu. Boom! At the same time, the old man surnamed Han attacked. Talisman patterns covered his body and his aura was vast. He would not be under Chioli's control and attacked Chioli. Kid, you can't do anything! The gloomy old man attacked. His claw tore through the void and distorted a large area of space, crushing Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu covered his thunder martial vein and activated the golden rock wings on his back. Golden light shot out like a golden rainbow. In an instant, he escaped from the distorted void. The old man was surprised. His face became gloomier. It was beyond his expectations. Kid, you can't escape. However, there were over 100 experts from the school of legalism present right now. How could Du Xiaofu escape so easily? In a single moment, the surrounding space collapsed. Light shone resplendently, turning into countless seals of light that descended from all directions. Rumble! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with a touch of sharpness and decisiveness. Bright purple lightning surged all over his body. The killing intent swept out, revealing the majesty of creation. His aura was strong and masculine. Du Xiaofu also activated the spiritual thunder primordial spirit in his body. Countless thunderbolts swept out from his body. In the next moment, all kinds of dazzling lightning bolts swept out from Du Xiaofu's body and struck the surrounding void in an instant. Rumble! This collision caused the surrounding space to explode. All kinds of electric arcs spread out like the most beautiful firework. Under that kind of brilliance, any trace of brilliance was destruction. Many of the experts and old men from the school of legalism who wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu were forced back. They vomited blood as shock filled their eyes. However, at this moment, faint golden blood flowed out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. His body was forced to retreat from the void. His hair danced wildly and was stained with blood. The golden wings on his back also dimmed a lot. Qi, however, Du Xiaofu did not dare to stay at all. The moment his body was forced to retreat, he soared into the sky and flapped his golden wings, wanting to escape immediately. Sigh, a sigh came from above the void. Suddenly, from the sky, as if from the depths of the firmament, a bright rune swept out, shattering the void and finally turning into a huge handprint. Boom! This handprint was not to be underestimated. The pitch-black spatial crack spread out, and the aura swept through the clouds. The broken void fragments around danced. When this huge hand reached out, it affected time and space. The scene was vast, and the aura was majestic. It was so shocking that it seemed to tear the world apart. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had just leaped out when he suddenly found that the surrounding void had solidified. It was difficult to move horizontally even with all his strength. His qi stagnated, and his divine soul was restrained. Qi, the huge hand fell from the void like a churning galaxy. The void shattered and finally covered Du Xiaofu. The giant hand contained a boundless ancient pressure and aura, imprisoning Du Xiaofu. A horned dragon at the domain level is not bad. At the same time, the second handprint descended. It shook the heavens and the earth as it covered 3 kilometers of space. Its aura caused the hearts of Qiuli, who was fighting the old man with the surname Han, to tremble, and fear surged out from his eyes. Boom! The void shattered, and the giant hand reached down, grabbing Qiuli's huge body that was lying across the void. Qiuli roared and struggled, but it was useless in the end. The dragon's scales on his body shattered and cracked, and in the end, he was crushed into a dragon that was dozens of feet long. He was unable to break free and was imprisoned. In the void, a middle-aged man appeared. It was the old supremacy of legalism. He was the one who attacked just now. As the old supremacy appeared, the old man surnamed Han, the old man, the second protector, and the others immediately bowed their heads in respect. Child, compromise is an opportunity. Why are you so conflicted? The old supremacy's figure landed directly in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile and a look of pity. Is this why you asked me to come to legalism? Du Xiaofu was imprisoned, and the golden rock wings on his back were suppressed. He looked directly at the old supremacy. Originally, Du Xiaofu still had a strand of hope for legalism in his heart. But now Du Xiaofu understood everything. There was no need to ask any more questions. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was surging with anger. But soon it calmed down. It didn't dissipate, but rather condensed and accumulated. Once it erupted, it might become a volcano. I heard about you and felt somewhat curious. To be able to kill Dongli Qihuang, who had undergone nirvana in the outside world, is a miracle. But I didn't expect you to exceed my expectations. If you are willing to turn back now and repent, I can guarantee that you will be safe and sound. I can guarantee that you will be reunited with your family. Legalism will also do its best to help you grow. The old supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a sincere and heartfelt tone, "This is the best choice you have made. You are still too young. Don't make a mistake. You just want me to work for you. You just want to know the secrets in my body. Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? You are already so shameless. Why do you still have to wear a mask?" Du Xiaofu looked directly at the old supremacy and said with ridicule, "You are bullying me today. How many people from legalism are left in my desolate country? They will die for sure. When eagles learn to fly, many will fall to their death. Only those who are left have the qualifications to spread their wings in the sky. My legalism has many descendants. They can't blame others for their weakness. It is natural selection. In the future, legalism will become better and better. I have lived for so long and have countless descendants. As long as legalism becomes stronger in the future, there is no meaning in letting a few juniors die first." The old supremacy spoke in a carefree manner. He didn't care about a few juniors at all. How vicious! Du Xiaofu laughed bitterly. This is your last chance. Don't make a mistake. The old supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu and said, One day, when I rule the world, I will kill you. These words were Du Xiaofu's reply to the old supremacy. His expression was very calm. Stubborn. You need to be taught a lesson. The old supremacy spoke. His aura fluctuated. Runes flew out from his forehead and directly entered Du Xiaofu's forehead. He wanted to pry into Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. He wanted to search for secret. This was not difficult for him. Pucci, suddenly, at this time, Du Xiaofu spat out blood. His face was pale as if he had been struck by lightning. Arcs of electricity surrounded his body. Pucci, in an ancient and boundless space, an otherworldly woman with her eyes closed suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was surrounded by light. My soul feels like it has been struck by lightning. I feel uneasy. Brother, could it be that you are in danger? Du Xiaojing's delicate body trembled. She suddenly felt uneasy and worried. At this moment, the old supremacy's expression finally changed. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a strange gaze. Kiki, Du Xiaofu laughed loudly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely ferocious. His smile was filled with undisguised mockery and ruthlessness as he said, You want to spy on me? Then kill me. Once I'm dead, everything you want to know will disappear completely. Ha 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 ha. Du Xiaofu crazily laughed as he placed down a seal in his mind. This was something he had learned from his master, spiritual sovereign Sacred Hand's heavenly spirit record. With the addition of the 3 spirit thunders, other than himself, no one else would be able to touch it. Once an outsider touched it, no matter how strong they would only be able to destroy his eyes. Even if the fused spirit thunders exploded, it would be enough to destroy his physical body. This was Du Xiaofu's ruthlessness. Du Xiaofu's style was cruel, and he was even crueler when it came to himself. Whoever dared to touch his primordial spirit would be turned into ashes. Chapter 1567. The old honorable lord's cultivation was extremely high, and he had seen through everything. His face darkened. He did not expect that this little guy would have such means. He was so cruel and ruthless to himself. He would rather die than let legalism get everything. Old honorable lord, why did you touch my son, Xiaofu? Why, suddenly, a delicate voice came from the sky. It was Han Aodong. Her son had been taken away. Mother and son were connected, and there was an invisible connection between them. Han Aodong thought about it. In the end, she was still worried, so she came and saw the last scene. Her delicate face changed, and her hair danced in the wind. She was angry, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Third sister, go back. A gentle voice came from the sky. A dazzling light shone in the sky, and a figure appeared in the sky. He stood in front of Han Aodong, and the light around him was as dazzling as the stars. You did this to me in the past, and now you're doing this to third sister. Is legalism really so heartless? How disappointing! The middle-aged man with disheveled hair appeared in the sky again. His eyes seemed to be filled with fluctuations, and his voice was hoarse. This is mine. I'll fight it out with you. Han Aodong's hair danced in the wind, and her voice was hoarse. She was furious, and the sound of wind and thunder came from her body. Her body was filled with runes, and the space between her eyebrows shone. Her eyes were bright, and her aura shook the clouds. This terrifying aura filled the sky in an instant. It was as if it could suppress the world, destroy everything, and shatter the void. The terrifying aura made the faces of the legalism experts change. I didn't expect Aodong's heavenly soul spiritual root to have reached this level. Looking at the terrifying aura that Han Aodong had unleashed, the group of legalism experts cried out in shock. Third sister, you're too stubborn. The figure in the light shouted. He attacked, and as runes surged, they turned into a palm print. When the palm print landed, the surrounding void shattered. Runes flickered in the palm, turning into a bright lotus pattern. Light ripples swept out in all directions. Han Aodong did not say anything. She immediately attacked. She condensed a sword in the void and slashed through the void, slashing at the palm print. Within the light, the figure of the man became much clearer. He clenched his fist and wrapped it around the sword, wanting to destroy it. Chi la la. However, in just a single moment, the sword light directly shattered the palm print. The surrounding space shattered, and a large amount of sword light swept out as sword chi, erupting in all directions. It attacked over 100 legalism experts and old men in the surroundings, and it carried a terrifying attack on the souls of the souls. Han Aodong, what are you trying to do? Immediately, some elders and legalism experts cried out in alarm and tried to defend themselves. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood from the attack. If you want to touch my son, I'll kill you. Han Aodong was furious and crazy. This was the nature of a mother. Resplendent symbols gushed out from the surroundings. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Her figure soared into the sky. The primordial spirit storm around her was magnificent and desolate. It emitted a kind of pressure that couldn't be provoked, causing countless strange phenomena to descend from the void. They swept out in all directions and enveloped the heavens and earth. Not good, many of the weaker elders of the Du family immediately covered their heads and ran away, not daring to fight head-on. Third sister, how dare you? The figure in the light soared into the sky and tried to block her again. My good big brother, we were born from the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? The drunk middle-aged man spoke. Suddenly, his hair danced. At this moment, he no longer looked like a drunk beggar. He erupted with endless chi that resonated with the heavens and earth, causing the void to boil. Many legalism experts were shocked once again. Second brother, you've reached this step too. The figure in the light was very surprised, but he did not stop. He punched out, sweeping out in all directions and shattering the void. Although I'm dispirited, I don't dare to forget about cultivation. The drunk middle-aged man blocked with his palm print, shattering the void. What a scandal, the old reverend sighed softly. But when his words entered the ears, they could not help but shiver in fear. The void shone brightly, twisting the void and sealing time. The old reverend struck again. He waved his hand and sealed Han Aodong and the drunk middle-aged man. Finally, he handed them over to the figure in the light and said, "Take them down and reflect on their mistakes." Yes. The figure in the light nodded and left. My son, Xiaofu Han Aodong was sealed and left. Her face and posture were crazed. Drip, drip. She was sealed and could not move at all. Only tears flowed out of her eyes. Those tears were red with a tinge of red. Those were tears of blood. This scene was vivid in Du Xiaofu's mind. His face was ferocious, and anger was burning in his chest. Du Xiaofu was sealed and could not move. But veins were popping out on his face. His lips were turning white, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Then, they flickered and became pitch black. His pupils were twitching violently, and they were flashing with uncontrollable anger. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to kill someone. He wanted to fight with his life. He wanted to fight with everything he had. However, he had been restricted. He could only watch as his mother was restricted. He could only watch as his mother shed tears of blood. There was nothing he could do. All he could do was watch as a vein on his face twitched. Mother, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and let out a roar like a wounded lion. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. At this moment, his chest was filled with anger like a volcano that was about to erupt. His eyes were shooting out rays of light. Legalism, one day, I will make your blood flow like a river and your corpses litter the land. Du Xiaofu shouted in a shrill voice. His voice went from low to high and gradually became a roar. His face was red and his veins were popping out. His expression was ferocious. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's anger and hatred were like a volcano that had been accumulating for countless years, erupting at this moment. The legalism experts and elders all felt a chill in their hearts. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the depths of their primordial spirits. Take him away and lock him in the most secure prison. Set up a seal and don't let anything happen to him. The old supremacy said, his primordial spirit has been sealed. Don't touch him, or else his soul will be destroyed. I need to think of a way to open the seal. I need some time to separate the horned dragon. The old supremacy frowned and left as soon as he finished speaking. This brat is really vicious. Hearing the old supremacy's words, the legalism elders looked at Du Xiaofu and sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder the old supremacy could not pry into his primordial spirit. It turned out that he was so vicious that he would not let them off. This brat has a lot of treasures on him. The world-shaking plate and the holy void halberd are still with him. Don't let anything happen to him. After that, the elders did not forget about the treasures on Du Xiaofu. When he defeated Han Ningma and Han Aodong appeared, this brat also took away the holy void halberd. However, they had always remembered it and were ready to take it back at any time. There is also the barbarian war spear, the dragon shadow phoenix whip, the evil warding yin yang chain, the dark light void sword, the Taihang mountain, and so on. They are all precious treasures. They must be kept in the legalism. An elder reminded. When Du Xiaofu won the treasures of various clans on the martial-proof platform, even the legalism was jealous. Naturally, they must be kept in the legalism and belong to the legalism. However, after the old men and experts of the school of legalism searched him, all of their faces became twisted in doubt. This brat doesn't have a Qianquan bag on him. Even his dantian does not have any traces of treasures. There is only a pair of golden rock wings. After a careful inspection, an elder frowned. Du Xiaofu did not even have a Qianquan bag on him. There were also no traces of treasures in the holy watchtower. There was only a pile of golden rock wings. This brat is cunning. The treasures might be on Han Aodong. Search her body, especially the holy void halberd. There must be no accidents. An elder pondered. He felt that Du Xiaofu was cunning. Perhaps he had been on guard for a long time, so he left everything on Han Aodong. Maybe this brat put the treasures in his Naiwan palace? There were also elders who were suspicious. However, it seemed that this brat's Naiwan palace could not be probed at all. The holy void halberd, the Taihang mountain, and other treasures are not origin divine weapons. It is impossible for this brat to refine them in such a short time. Even if he did, he would not be able to put them in his Naiwan palace, an elder said. An old man said. He felt that Du Xiaofu had left the treasure with Han Aodong. That pair of golden rock wings is not bad. We can keep it. An elder who had just checked Du Xiaofu said. It is indeed not bad. We can keep it first. Just because we can't touch the primordial spirit doesn't mean that we can't touch the physical body. Such treasures should be kept. Immediately, someone else agreed. You are going too far. The elder with the surname Han said. His face darkened and he did not look too good. Even the old lord has spoken. This is the decision of the clan. We are all doing this for the good of the clan. You heard it just now. This brat has the heart of legalism. We can't let him live. Otherwise, it will be a problem in the future. The elder said. His status seemed to be not much lower than the elder with the surname Han. Boom, in the end, an elder personally took action. He used a method to remove Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings from his body, causing them to explode with golden light. What a treasure! Cut it off forcefully. The eyes of the legalism elder who took action were blazing. He used a supreme method to directly remove Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings. Du Xiaofu cried out in pain. The golden rock wings had long been connected to his body. Now that they were forcefully removed, it was no different from having one of his arms and legs broken. Blood gushed out from his back and dyed his purple battle clothes red. After the golden rock wings were broken, golden light immediately filled the sky. The image of the golden rock covered the sky and erupted with endless power. However, it was immediately restrained by the legalism expert. The golden rock wings seemed to have merged with this brat. Only now did people realize that the golden rock wings had merged with Du Xiaofu. It was quite strange. This blood seems to be the blood of the golden rock wings. It's a treasure. He is a great supreme being. His blood contains endless power. It's a great treasure. Many legalism elders revealed expressions of joy. Immediately, some of them took action to collect the precious blood. Ha 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 ha! Du Xiaofu was in pain. His back was covered in golden blood. His expression was sinister as he laughed bitterly. He was like an angry and wounded beast. His malevolent appearance made people tremble in fear. Stop! That's enough! The old man surnamed Han shouted. In the end, he could not bear it any more. His eyes were filled with anger and emitted a cold light. Only then did the legalism elders in the surroundings stop. They were somewhat apprehensive. Brat, go to the prison and stay there. In the end, the second protector sneered and took the initiative to bring Du Xiaofu to the legalism's most secure prison. After passing through layers of restrictions and defenses, they finally entered a prison covered in symbols. The surroundings were like the void. So what if a great supreme being has undergone nirvana? You are still useful to me. I'll take your life in a few days. Perhaps when the time comes, I'll turn you into a walking corpse under my legalism. The second protector threw the bloody Du Xiaofu into the prison. His aged face revealed a cold smile. Old man, believe it or not, you will definitely die before me. Du Xiaofu spoke. His eyes were fixed on the second protector like a beast. His pupils were twitching. Looking at Du Xiaofu's gaze, the second protector did not dare to look straight at him. His heart was cold. This brat was clearly imprisoned, but he still made him feel cold. Bang bang, under the fear, the second protector ruthlessly hammered Du Xiaofu's body a few times. Are you afraid? Haha, kill me if you have the ability. Old man, old dog, do you dare? Du Xiaofu laughed wildly. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He looked even more sinister. When the old lord opens the seal in your Naiwan palace, it will be your end. The second protector really did not dare to do so. This was related to the great secret that the school of legalism wanted. If anything happened, he would not be able to bear the responsibility even if there were 100 of him. He viciously punched Du Xiaofu again before leaving. Drip, drip, in the prison, faint golden blood dripped from Du Xiaofu's body and mouth. The sky plains was a cloudless blue sky that stretched as far as the eye could see. Old man, can you hurry up? If anything happens to him, I will not let you off. A delicate voice like the sound of nature rang out. Then, the space in the sky was torn apart. Two figures descended. One was old and one was young, one was male and one was female. Chapter 1568. The old man was old, but his face was ruddy. The woman was young, and her face could not even be described as beautiful. Two strands of black hair fluttered gently in the wind, adding to her allure. She wore a light green dress, and her slim waist outlined a graceful curve. Little she, why are you so anxious? That brat is a great supreme nirvana. Even legalism can't do anything to him, right? The old man smiled and appeared unhurried. He was not worried at all. Legalism is shameless, and there aren't many good people. I don't believe in legalism, so I have to see it for myself. The woman spoke. Her expression was hurried, but it didn't affect her temperament in the slightest. At this moment, even if other beautiful women stood before her, they would immediately be overshadowed. She was like a true immortal that had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. She was Qi Yeshi of the school of Yinyang. When her brother Qi Jejun returned to the school of Yinyang, she learned that Du Xiaofu was in legalism, and immediately brought the experts of the school over. She did not trust legalism and was worried about his comfort. Girl, let me tell you. No matter what, that kid has some connection to the school of legalism, so it's not good for us to interfere. I can tell that you're a grown girl who can't be kept at home. I'm not an unreasonable and inflexible person, but, the old man's eyes flickered with light as he looked at Chi-Yeshi. Tell me the truth. Does that kid have any feelings for you? If he's related to my school of Inyang, then the legalism faction will have to ask for my opinion before they can do anything to you. This, Chi-Yeshi was stunned. Her eyebrows curved, and her beautiful face blushed a little. Then, her eyes flashed and she glared at the old man and said, Old man, can you hurry up? What does this have to do with you? You're already so old, don't worry so much. Little she, do you think I'm old? Then I won't go to legalism. I'm going home to sleep. Why should I worry at my age? The old man raised his eyebrows and turned around to leave. I'm begging you. Take me to the school of legalism first. You can ask him if he's interested in you. Chi-Yeshi compromised. She stomped her feet, causing her tall and slender figure to rise and fall like a green lotus flower, pure and untainted by dust. The blush on her face added a bit of allure. If that brat dares to disagree, who in this world is worthy of my family's girl? If he dares to take advantage of her and still act obedient, I, the ancestor, will be the first to teach him a lesson. The old man was very satisfied, and then he vowed solemnly. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly and looked into the distance. Whoosh whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from the sky not far away. Grandma, hurry up. Legalism is not a good thing. You little girl, your grandmother helped you say so many things in front of me. So you're here to see your lover? Grandma, I've said it before. He's just my martial uncle. You're about the same age. What martial uncle? If you weren't worried about him and didn't miss him, would you have dragged me here? Would you have begged for the grass of immortality for him? The nirvana of Great Supreme, that little girl June, you also praised him. He's qualified to marry my Mo family's girl. Grandma, he's really my martial uncle. The voice was crisp and seemed to be anxious, but there was also a hint of shyness. Whoosh whoosh, two figures appeared in the sky, one old and one young, an old woman and a girl. The old woman's black hair was tied up in a bun and covered with a net hair mask. Her makeup and clothes were very simple, but her eyes were clear. The more one looked at them, the more one felt that they were vast and vast. The girl wasn't very old. She wore a long brocade dress and a light pink gauze cloak. A pinkish-white belt was tied around her waist, accentuating her well-proportioned figure and slender waist. On the lady's jade-like wrists were two bracelets that sparkled with white light. When they collided with each other, a pleasant sound was emitted. On her moving face, there was a faint purple glow in her lively eyes. Old monster Xinghun, why have you come to legalism? The old woman's clear eyes rippled when she saw the old man in front of her. She seemed to be very surprised. So it's old woman Bing Mo from the Mo family. You're not dead yet? Old monster Xinghun was extremely surprised when he saw the old woman. Old bastard, are you asking for a beating? The old woman's expression changed when she heard his words. Her calm aura suddenly surged. Hee, don't be angry, old woman. I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Old monster Xinghun immediately smiled apologetically when he saw this. The two of them were clearly familiar with each other. At this moment, Chi-Yeshi was also sizing up the girl who had arrived. The girl was also sizing up Chi-Yeshi. When their eyes met, there was an unusual charm in their eyes. Old monster, you can't have come to legalism because, suddenly, the old woman's expression changed. She looked at Chi-Yeshi, who was beside old monster Xinghun, and her clear eyes rippled. She quietly turned around, and a ray of light shot out from her hand. It shot into the depths of the space in front of her, and a voice slowly sounded, Bing Mo from the Mo family is here to meet an old friend. It seems that Xing Hun is also here to meet an old friend. Also, I've arrived earlier than the Mo family. At the same time, old monster Xing Hun's voice also sounded and resounded in the space in front of them. Mountain peak, mist, courtyard. An old woman who looked to be in her 70s stood silently. She was wearing a plain dress and looked very old. Her wrinkled face seemed to be filled with the vicissitudes of time. Elder Ming. A voice sounded. Someone appeared behind Elder Ming, and for some reason, the entire area trembled. He was none other than the old sovereign lord of legalism. However, the old sovereign lord was standing behind the old woman in a very respectful manner. Sigh, the old woman's deep and spirited eyes suddenly dimmed a little on her wrinkled face. She turned around to look at the old sovereign lord and said, "You're the old sovereign lord of legalism. Among your peers, you're the most talented and have lived the longest. Is there anything else you need my help with?" Ripples flashed across the old sovereign lord's eyes. Elder Ming seemed to know the reason for his visit even without him saying anything. "There's a brat who has placed some traps on his Yuan spirit. Perhaps Elder Ming can open them. This brat is very important to our legalism. I hope Elder Ming can help." The old sovereign lord spoke. "His name is Du Xiaofu, and he's Xiaojing's brother." The old woman looked at the old sovereign lord and sighed. "Listen to my advice. There's still a chance. Otherwise, you'll bring disaster to our legalism." "Elder Ming, why do you say that? I don't want him to die. After all, he's part of our legalism. I just want to pry into his secrets and improve our legalism. I'm doing this for the sake of legalism," the old sovereign lord said. He was secretly surprised that Elder Ming knew everything. "You don't know what you're doing. Go back. I won't help you. You're on your own," the old woman said. She then waved her hand and sighed. "There are guests coming to our legalism. I hope they're not here for you." As soon as Elder Ming finished speaking, a voice sounded in the air. "I'm Bingmo from the Mahis school. I'm here to meet an old friend. There are experts from the Inyang school and the Mahis school. There are also two beautiful women. They're both heavenly beauties. They're rare in this world. I saw them. They're so beautiful. They're like immortals. I'm afraid they're even more beautiful than our legalism's 10 beauties. It can't be. How can there be such beautiful women in this world? Of course. I'm afraid they're not inferior to Miss Xiaojing. Do you think the two beauties want to come to my school of legalism to choose a husband? It's not rare to see a marriage alliance with our legalism. I'm afraid it's possible, but I don't know who they're interested in. I think only people like Brother Ingamo and Brother Qian Ran have a chance. Could it be the Demon King, Shu? I heard that something happened to the Demon King. He angered the old sovereign lord. It's better if we don't talk about it. There were many discussions within the school of legalism. In particular, some of the younger generation stopped and looked into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the two legendary beauties. Are those two women really that beautiful? In a courtyard, there were many beautiful women gathered together. All of them were extremely beautiful and had outstanding natural beauty. Any one of them was enough to attract the attention of countless young men in Kyushu. But at this moment, when these women gathered together, many of them looked unhappy. These women were the legalism's 10 beauties. Li Mi and Han Luoyu were among them. I want to see for myself just how extraordinary their temperament is, how beautiful they are, Li Mi said with a smirk. There were rumors that 2 beauties who were even more beautiful than the 10 beauties had come to the clan. She was somewhat dissatisfied. For a woman, this was even more depressing than being stronger than her. All right, there are legalism's guests. If there's a chance, we'll get to know them. Who knows, maybe we'll meet again in the divine realm. Han Luoyu said with a smile. The main hall was majestic and magnificent. At this moment, there were many legalism experts and elders in the main hall. They were all smiling and seemed very enthusiastic. I wonder why Xing Hun and Bing Mo have come to our legalism? Chapter 1569. The old sovereign of legalism was currently seated at the head of the hall. He looked at old monster Xing Hun and Bing Mo with a smile, but there was a trace of doubt on his face. I'm only here to see an acquaintance. I believe that Brother KKK's sermon this time is due to the fact that his comprehension has improved over the years. Congratulations. Bing Mo spoke with a calm expression as she sat on the right side of the head of the hall. Her seemingly calm aura caused many of the old men and experts of legalism to be secretly moved. Bing Mo of the Mo clan was an expert of the same generation as the old sovereign, and had once stirred up a storm in the 9 clans. No one had expected her to still be alive, which proved that her cultivation had reached the heavens. I've only gained a little comprehension. I believe that the two of you must have gained a lot over the years. The old sovereign Han Ke spoke. Subsequently, the three of them chatted with each other. The rest of the crowd was merely there to serve as a contrast, and did not even have the right to interrupt. However, this caused Chi Yeshi and the beautiful lady to be worried and anxious. The beautiful lady was Sima Muhan. She had heard the news from her maternal grandmother in the Mo clan, and was determined not to believe in legalism. After all, Du Xiaofu had already died once because of the Mo clan. Chi Yeshi and Sima Muhan continuously shot glances at the old ancestor and maternal grandmother, but Bing Mo and old monster Xing Hun acted as if they did not see anything. On the other hand, many people in the hall were curiously sizing up Chi Yeshi and Sima Muhan as smiles appeared on their faces. They were somewhat expectant in their hearts. Perhaps the experts from the 2 clans were here to form a marriage alliance with legalism. These 2 ladies were extraordinary and extremely beautiful. If they married into legalism in the future, they would definitely be able to unite legalism, the Yin-Yang school and the Mo clan. Cough. Old monster Xing Hun let out a dry cough. He finally turned to the main topic and said to Han Ke, Brother KKK, I've heard that legalism has produced a Nirvana stage expert this time. Congratulations. Hearing this, the expressions of the legalism members in the hall changed slightly. Haha, one has indeed appeared. This is also luck. The children obtained the fruit of Tao through their own opportunities. The old honorable lord smiled faintly without leaving a trace. However, there was a hint of doubt on his face. Nirvana of a great supreme being, something rarely seen since ancient times. Any one of them, once they mature, would be able to shake the past and dazzle the present. They are heaven and earth geniuses. Old monster Xing Hun secretly observed the changes in the expressions of everyone in the Great Hall, and also felt that the atmosphere in the entire Great Hall seemed to have suddenly changed. At his level of cultivation, how could this be hidden from him? However, old freak Xing Hun's expression didn't change at all as he spoke to the old sovereign lord. I'm truly astonished by such a heaven-defying genius, and I've especially wanted to meet him. Since I've come all the way here, I'm sure Brother K Ming won't stop me from meeting him, right? Xing Hun's intention is also my intention. It's rare to see a heaven-defying genius, and this old one also wants to broaden my horizons. I hope Brother K Ming can fulfill my wish. Bing Mo spoke. She also felt the sudden change in the atmosphere in the Great Hall, and it suddenly seemed a little abnormal. Perhaps it was as the little girl Muhan had said, legalism had never had any good intentions towards that little fellow. At this moment, when they heard that the experts from the 2 families had personally come to meet Du Xiaofu, the atmosphere in the Great Hall immediately became much more oppressive. The old experts of legalism all secretly changed as they looked towards the old honorable lord, Han Ke Ming. My 2 old friends, you really came at a bad time. That child seemed to have comprehended something after listening to my sermon, and is now in closed-door cultivation. Han Ke Ming sighed, but his expression didn't change, and there was a smile in his eyes. Impossible, he won't go into closed-door cultivation. Sima Muhan immediately spoke up. She definitely didn't believe that guy was in closed-door cultivation. I heard that Xiaofu's mother is also in legalism. Then we would like to meet her. She knew about Du Xiaofu, and also found out that Du Xiaofu had met his mother in the clan this time. At this time, he didn't even have time to accompany his mother, so how could he choose to go into closed-door cultivation? These words were most likely not true. You two little girls, what is your relationship with that child? Han Ke hurriedly spoke. He didn't berate them. A junior that Bing Mo and old monster Xing Hun had personally brought over was definitely not of an ordinary status. However, he was also curious about the relationship between these two women and Du Xiaofu. Even more so, he wanted to know what the Mo clan behind this was. She's my martial aunt. Sima Muhan's pearly white teeth parted slightly, her tender red lips slightly pouting. She absolutely did not believe the words of legalism. Xiaofu is my friend and also my junior. We are from the same sect and friends, so it's necessary to visit Xiaofu's mother. Otherwise it would be rude. Qi Yishi spoke up, neither servile nor overbearing. These two girls came for Du Xiaofu, and their relationship seems to be quite deep. Since when did that brat have a vague relationship with the Mo family? Hearing Sima Muhan and Qi Yishi's words, some of the elders in the hall looked at each other. You two little girls, unfortunately, the child's mother is also in closed-door cultivation, and his sister has also been in closed-door cultivation. I don't know when they will come out. Otherwise, the two of you can wait in legalism. Han Ke Ming spoke kindly, and even urged the two girls to stay. Absolutely impossible. Hearing Han Ke Ming's words, Qi Yishi and Sima Muhan spoke in unison. They didn't believe Han Ke Ming's words at all. Old monster Xing Hun and Bing Mo also began to change their expressions. The atmosphere in the hall made them feel that something was wrong. The sky and plains were vast and boundless. It was morning, and there were no clouds in the sky. There was only a line of clouds in the distance, and the horizon couldn't be seen. Whoosh! A stumbling old woman appeared in midair. Her hair was mottled, and she wore a pale golden robe. Her aged face seemed to have been carved by the passage of time. She raised her head slightly, raised her hand, and a golden ray of light shot out, fiercely colliding with the sky. Rumble, golden light rippled, and the sky shattered. Like a fierce thunder, an explosion reverberated in the sky. A large area of space was destroyed, and the sky was densely filled with runes. Rumble, at the same time, an ancient city appeared out of thin air in the vast sky. It was magnificent, exuding an ancient aura, and was shrouded in clouds and mist. The appearance of this huge city immediately caused the clouds to move. Then, numerous figures rushed out of the huge city and floated in midair. Groups of armored figures appeared, and their auras were very strong. They were fierce and intimidating. Who dares to offend legalism? Are you courting death? The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, but he was a transcendent martial saint. He had been in charge of guarding the Sky City. The Sky City was the entrance to legalism, and now it was being invaded. For countless years, legalism had never been challenged like this. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He must teach the other party a lesson. Legalism is nothing. The old woman didn't say much. She spoke indifferently, and a golden light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, golden runes appeared on her pale golden robe. Then, the energy of heaven and earth seemed to fluctuate violently in the vast sky plains. Finally, the old woman raised her hand. Her seemingly old and powerless palm swung forward. Rumble, an expanse of dazzling golden talisman markings that were dazzling like golden lightning condensed into a golden wing that covered the sky and descended. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the bodies of the people of legalism shattered, and the entire Sky City collapsed in an instant. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Gravel shot out and sand flew everywhere. In the end, it was reduced to ruins. The vast ancient city was usually home to hundreds of thousands of foreign descendants of legalism. However, at this moment it was razed to the ground in an instant. Chapter 1570. The old lady did not stop. She appeared in front of a passage in the void. It was a space-time wormhole that led to legalism. The old lady's figure flew into the wormhole. Not long after, she appeared again in legalism. Who are you? An old man appeared at the exit of the wormhole. This was the passage to legalism. It was very important. It was the door to legalism, and there would be experts guarding it at all times. You will only know who I am if I kill more people. Otherwise, you won't remember me. The old lady only said this one sentence. She did not even look at the old man. She only raised her hand and waved it. Instantly, the old man was smashed into pieces through the air with a slap. The old man screamed and turned into ashes. When had the disciples of the school of legalism ever seen an outsider kill someone in the school of legalism like this? With a wave of his hand, an elder's soul was wiped out. They were unable to react at all. They were all stunned like idiots. Legalism, you have really offended me this time. The old lady sighed and waved her hand again. Golden light swept out and rushed into the sky and the ground. Everything in its path turned into ashes. Bang bang, the ground cracked and the void exploded. The wind whistled and the runes shone brightly. Screams and wails sounded. Countless living beings were destroyed and their souls were destroyed. The old lady was on a killing spree. She did not hold back. Who dares to be impudent in legalism? Finally, a legalism expert was alarmed and flew over. There were hundreds of martial honorables and 2 martial domain realm experts. This kind of cultivation strength was already very strong in the outside world. Only this kind of cultivation. The old lady only said this sentence. Then, she raised her hand and twisted the void. It turned into a golden handprint and pressed down. It's a super expert. Under the terrifying golden handprint, the 2 martial domain realm cultivators seemed to feel something. Their faces changed and their eyes were filled with fear and shock. In the blink of an eye, over 100 martial honorables and 2 martial domain realm cultivators were killed. This large group of experts turned into a bloody mist, easily killed by the old lady with a single slap. Oh my God, there's an invader! Not good, run! Some of the legalism disciples in the distance finally regained their senses. They all shouted coldly and quickly fled. Kill! The old lady did not show any mercy. She killed her way forward, leaving no trace of blood behind. Everything was turned into ashes, a land of death. All sorts of miserable shrieks and howls resounded through the sky. Who dares? With a thunderous roar, a huge Jiao dragon monster appeared. It flew across the sky and glared at the old lady. However, its roar was stopped in its mouth. It felt the aura of the old lady and was frightened for no reason. Its eyes turned white and its huge body trembled. Die! With a wave of her hand, the old lady killed the flood dragon without mercy. She even destroyed its beast soul. Who dares to offend my legalism? This was legalism. Not long after, experts from afar rushed over. A large number of martial honorables, martial royal realm and domain realm cultivators. Unfortunately, these so-called powerhouses were like ants in front of the old lady. They were swept away without any effort at all. The old lady looked old and kind. However, she was decisive in killing. She did not even blink when she killed. The old lady pushed her way forward at an extremely fast speed. She seemed to be rushing to a certain place and did not stop. Everywhere she passed, everything was destroyed. Along the way, there were powerful talisman arrays blocking her way. However, in front of the old lady, those talisman arrays could not withstand a single blow. Roar! The old lady passed by the beast mountain and waved her hand. Golden talisman runes swept across the sky and turned into the shadow of a golden-winged rock. Bang bang bang, in the vast beast mountain, countless terrifying demonic beasts were killed. However, the old lady did not attack the demonic beast. Roar! However, a ferocious tiger in the beast realm had appeared in the beast mountain. Its cultivation was terrifying. It was probably no weaker than the beast realm. It wasn't far from the inner realm. However, in the end, the tiger was killed by the old lady with a single slap. Then, the old lady's figure appeared in the sky above the herb field. She waved her hand and countless precious herbs and spirit herbs were reduced to ashes. In the legalism hall, Chi Yeshi and Sima Muhan spoke. They did not believe Han Ju's words. This made the hall very awkward. Buzz, a sharp sound rang throughout the legalism hall. It represented the greatest danger. A powerful enemy had invaded. In the rather awkward hall of legalism, all the experts heard the boom at the same time. What's going on? Immediately, the legalism experts and the old honorable lord in the hall were shocked. This was the legalism alarm. It would only sound when the legalism hall was facing an invasion or great danger. It seemed that this alarm had never sounded since ancient times. However, it did now. Whoosh whoosh, in the hall, all the legalism experts immediately left. Please do as you wish. I'll be right back. Han Ju also left. This was not a normal situation. This was the legalism alarm. He had to take it seriously. Bing Mo and old monster Xing Hun looked at each other and left with tacit understanding. The continuous ancient city seemed to be standing towering on a vast mountain that had its peaks severed, and it was lofty, majestic, and possessed a majestic aura. White mist surrounded the city. From afar, it looked like it was floating in the sky. It was so vast and magnificent that one could not see the end of it. Roar, stop it. Attack with all your might. Who knew how many experts of the school of legalism had gathered outside the city? Huge demons had piled up together, using various treasures and arcane artifacts to attack an old woman. At this moment, countless core disciples of the school of legalism surged out from the city. They stared at the battle before them in horror. They were all astounded by it. The old lady was fearless. She advanced with her own strength. No one could stop her. Just a small talisman array. A powerful legalism talisman master took the opportunity to set up an array to trap the old lady. However, the old lady waved her hand casually and destroyed the array. Bang! An old man at the martial domain realm, who was at the sealed domain realm, stood in front of the old lady, but the old lady simply raised her hand and smashed him to pieces. He turned into a bloody mist, leaving behind half a corpse. Many people in the surroundings were affected and were killed. Roar, a demonic beast with an ancient bloodline that looked like a mix between a wolf and a dragon appeared. It was incomparably ferocious, and its entire body emitted the aura of a realm. Its enormous body was over 10,000 feet long, and it carried a ruthless aura as it blocked the old woman's path. It shouted, "Those who offend the legalists will die. Get lost." The old lady snorted softly, then slapped the girl with her palm. Boom! The slap shattered the void. In the next moment, the huge body of the ancient demonic beast at the domain level crashed down like a meteorite, creating a huge abyss on the ground. Its physical body at the domain level was smashed into pieces, and it was completely dead. Oh my God! Some experts descended and just happened to see this scene. They were the old Exalt and the others who had walked out of the hall. The old man with the surname Han, the second protector, and the other experts from the school of legalism were immediately stunned and terrified. Who is killing our legalism disciples? More experts arrived. They were dazzling and appeared outside the city like a sun. The two people in the lead were an old man in a long robe and a middle-aged man wrapped in bright light. When the light faded, the middle-aged man's appearance was revealed. He had an extraordinary aura and his eyes were like the sun. Greetings, old reverend, uncle, and all the other elders. When the core disciples of legalism saw the arrival of these experts, they felt as if they had been pardoned. The old man at the front of the group was the current lord of the school of legalism. The other middle-aged man was the eldest son of the legalism reverend. To many legalism disciples, he was Han Ingma's father. Whoosh whoosh, old monster Xing Hun, Bing Mo, Qi Yi Shi, and Sima Muhan had also arrived. They looked ahead and probed with their minds. Their expressions changed. At this moment, corpses were everywhere in front of the city. Blood flowed like a river. A large number of legalism experts were killed and countless demonic beast experts were killed. Everyone could even see that the old woman had directly charged into the core city of the school of legalism from the outskirts. Just how domineering and terrifying was that? What kind of expert is that? Qi Yi Shi and Sima Muhan clicked their tongues. This was the legalism of the 9 great families. Such an old and simple old lady had charged into the legalism and killed her way from the periphery to the core city. It was terrifying. No matter who you are, you'll pay the price today. The old Reverend Han K looked forward and peeked into the whole of legalism. Even with his cultivation and mental state, he could no longer hold back and roared in anger. His voice was like a Tao sound that could penetrate people's hearts and resound throughout the world. Boom! At the same time, a powerful ripple spread out in the air around Hanju, shaking the void and turning into countless strange phenomena, as if forming a world of its own. In the end, that world turned into a resplendent spear, piercing through the air towards the old lady. Chapter 1571. The old lady attacked, her domineering aura exploding. She stretched out her hand, golden light shining, her 5 fingers flickering with mysterious runes, as if she wanted to tear space apart. Whoosh! In the next instant, the old lady's claw had already reached out, the dazzling mysterious runes wreaking havoc like golden lightning, as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. Boom! The old lady's claw directly grabbed the dazzling energy spear. This was the rock chaos-shattering claw, enough to crush a true dragon. The stalemate did not last long, the energy spear was instantly shattered by the claw. Walala! The dazzling runes rippled out like thunderbolts tearing apart the heavens, as if the end of the world had arrived. A vast aura swept out, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to roar and causing people to go limp. The golden-winged rock clan. Bing Mo and old monster Xing Hun's expressions changed. They immediately recognized the old lady's origins. She was a terrifying powerhouse from the golden-winged rock clan. You dare touch my grandson with just this bit of strength? Is the school of legalism really that bold? The old lady's domineering voice rang out, her figure strangely appearing in front of old sovereign Han Quebec. That was the speed of a golden-winged rock. How terrifying was that? Bang! The old lady's palm landed on old sovereign Han K's chest in disbelief. Even someone as powerful as Han K could not block the old lady's palm at this moment, not even his full strength could avoid it. Thud thud! Han K's body was directly knocked back, swaying as the dazzling runes on his body cracked. After a dozen steps, Han K finally stabilized his body. At this moment, his eyes were already filled with shock. You are from the golden-winged rock clan. Han K stabilized his body, only being knocked back with minor injuries. He looked at the old lady, his expression changed drastically, his eyes fiercely twitching. A powerhouse from the golden-winged rock clan. All the legalism powerhouses and elders in the surroundings changed at this moment. Not long ago, they were solemnly swearing that the golden-winged rock clan would not dare to attack legalism, and would not dare to do anything to legalism. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, a powerhouse from the golden-winged rock clan would have already charged into legalism? In just one exchange, there was already a bloodbath within legalism. The old honorable lord was injured in one move. The strength of the other party was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Could it be that that kid really has such a deep relationship with the golden-winged rock clan? Suddenly, the elders and experts from the school of legalism thought of something. At this moment, a supreme expert from the golden-winged rocks, had entered the school of legalism. Could it be related to that brat? If it was, then they would be in big trouble. Our legalism has no enmity with the golden-winged rock clan, yet they came to our legalism for a bloodbath. Could it be that the golden-winged rock clan wants to start a war with our legalism, with our 9 families? Han Kei said, looking at the old lady, but he was secretly wary, as if he had more or less guessed the reason. If my grandson loses a single hair, I will make your legalism pay with 1,000,000 lives. The old lady opened her mouth and looked at Han Ju. Her eyes glowed with golden light as she said, "Call him out for me first. Who is it?" Our legalism does not have anyone from the golden-winged rock clan. Han Kei's expression changed inwardly, pretending not to know. Don't play dumb. My grandson Du Xiaofu is in legalism right now. Call him out, the old lady said. She did not speak much, but her voice was soul-shaking. Her eyes shone with a golden light, and she was no longer the old woman who seemed to be staggering. That brat Du Xiaofu is her grandson. Hearing this, the entire legalism changed color. In the giant city, countless eyes were stunned, and many elders and experts of legalism were shocked. They had never imagined that Du Xiaofu and this expert in front of them were actually grandfather and grandson. So it's Xiaofu's grandmother. Xiaofu has been enlightened recently and is in seclusion in our legalism. Han Kei was all smiles, as if nothing had happened. He said to the old lady, "Xiaofu is in our legalism. It's all a misunderstanding." "Grandmother, this is not a misunderstanding. Legalism is fishy. Xiaofu can't be in seclusion. Grandmother of the golden-winged rock clan, Xiaofu must be in danger. Legalism is not telling the truth." Hearing this, Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan immediately shouted in unison. They did not believe in legalism. They had also heard of the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the golden-winged rock clan. Now that they saw the expert of the golden-winged rock clan personally barge into the legalism and start a massacre, they no longer doubted that this old lady must have come to save Du Xiaofu. They were afraid that this old lady would be deceived by legalism. Hearing Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan's words, Han Kei and many of the elders of legalism did not look too good. The old lady looked at Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan and smiled faintly. She said to the 2 girls, "Who are you to my grandson?" "Grandmother, I am Sima Muhan, from the Mahist clan and the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu is my uncle master. He is my father's junior brother," Sima Muhan said, revealing her identity. "Junior is Qi Yeshi, from the school of Yin Yang. I am Xiaofu's senior sister. This time, I also came to find Xiaofu. However, legalism is not telling the truth," Qi Yeshi said. "Alright, you 2 girls are not bad. Stand to the side. I know legalism is not telling the truth. I will deal with it," the old lady said to Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan. Then she raised her eyes slightly and glanced at the people around the legalism clan. She said, "Perhaps our golden-winged great rocks have not appeared in the world for too long and even forgot about legalism. You even dared to touch the young master of our golden-winged great rocks, my grandson." The old lady's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. "What? That kid really is the young master of the golden-winged great rocks." The group of legalism experts and elders who had attacked Du Xiaofu earlier were shocked. They did not believe Du Xiaofu's words at first. However, now that the golden-winged great rocks had personally admitted it, they had no choice but to believe it. They had now touched the young master of the golden-winged great rocks. Thinking of this, they could not help but feel uneasy. Du Xiaofu is the young master of the golden-winged great rocks. Inside the legalism clan, countless people were shocked. Originally, many people thought that Du Xiaofu had come to the legalism clan with ulterior motive. However, only now did they know that with Du Xiaofu's status as the young master of the golden-winged great rocks, he would most likely become the clan leader of the golden-winged great rocks in the future. With such a status, what could he possibly do with legalism? The golden-winged great rocks were a supreme clan. Although they had not appeared in the world, they were definitely not inferior to legalism. They were supreme beasts that even the phoenixes and dragons feared. At this moment, the old lady did not say anything else. She directly soared into the sky and was about to step into the giant city. Stop her! Prepare to activate the array to protect the city. In an instant, many loud shouts were heard. The old lady's domineering killing just now was still right before their eyes. Once that old lady entered the city, it would be the core of legalism. When that time came, if that old lady started a massacre, the entire legalism clan would not be able to bear the consequences. Han Kei's expression changed drastically. He was also afraid that the old lady would enter the city and start a massacre. That would be too great a price to pay. Han Kei had never thought that Du Xiaofu would cause so many problems so quickly. Putting aside the Yinyang school and the Mahis school, the most terrifying thing at this moment was the golden-winged great rock. Do you really think that my legalism will allow you to barge in? Han Kei shouted loudly with a gloomy expression. This was the dignified school of legalism. His figure charged out once more, causing the space behind him to shatter. Tempestuous waves arose, and boundless waves swept out and dyed the sky resplendent. Then the entire void distorted and the strange phenomenon changed. It was as if the entire world had suddenly changed. In an instant, all sorts of demon beasts roared in the void around Han Kei. There were mythical birds flapping their wings, dazzling lights, sky-splitting gales, suns, moons, stars, mountains, rivers, and lakes. These frightening phenomena formed a world. The scene was shocking, and it suddenly collapsed towards the old lady. This was the Dharma force of legalism. But when it was activated by Han Kei, it was so terrifying that even old monster Xing Hun and Icy Ink were secretly shocked. Is this the so-called Dharma force of legalism? The old lady made her move. She waved her sleeve and golden light gushed out in an overwhelming manner. Dazzling golden talisman runes swept out. Everywhere they passed, the world that was pressing down on them was completely shattered. It was as if the world was collapsing. Have you already taken that step? At this moment, Han Kei seemed to have realized something. He was both shocked, and his expression changed. It was only now that Han Kei realized that even the old lady of the golden-winged great rocks had not used her full strength. It was only now that the old lady had truly made her move. He felt that the level he had always wanted to cross, but could not even touch, was actually so powerful. Even if your real body was here, with your cultivation base, you don't have the right to be so arrogant in front of this old lady, let alone a mere Dharma body. The old lady's figure once again appeared in front of Han Kuayoyo like a ghost. A claw mark distorted the void and covered Han Kuayoyo's head. Then, the old lady waved her hand and shattered the void. Han Kei's figure was directly shattered along with the void, turning into a dazzling mist and disappearing into the spatial crack. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was the old honorable lord of legalism, but he was defeated just like that and even killed. How is this possible? This was something that the legalists could not accept, nor could they believe. Old honorable lord. When the people of legalism in the huge city saw this scene, their eyes trembled and they cried out. They could not accept that their old honorable lord, who had just been preaching a few days ago, had been defeated so easily. This was simply too humiliating. No, the old honorable lord seems to be just a Dharma body. His real body has yet to come out of seclusion. Then, someone was pleasantly surprised that the old honorable lord was not dead. It was just a Dharma body that had died. However, at this moment, the elders and experts of legalism, the honorable lord of the golden-winged great rocks, and the handsome middle-aged man were all shocked. This time, the golden-winged great rocks had sent a supreme expert, and they could not resist. All of this made them feel helpless. In front of the golden-winged great rocks, they did not even have the strength to resist. Chapter 1572. Who are you? The High Lord spoke. He had just come out because of the commotion. He hadn't even come out for a grand occasion like the old High Lord's birthday celebration. That was a celebration for the younger generation of the various families. There was no need for him to appear. He had always been in seclusion. At this moment, even though he was the High Lord of legalism, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The old High Lord's Dharma body had been killed. The legalism could be considered to be in a bloodbath. The one who came was a super expert of the golden-winged rock race. This was big trouble. If I kill more people, the legalism will remember who I am in the future. The old lady spoke. On her aged face, the killing intent in her eyes was undisguised. It surged with golden light. Your golden-winged rock race is provoking the legalism. This is destined to cause a bloody battle. Our legalism will not tolerate provocation. We are one of the 9 great families. The High Lord spoke. The legalism was one of the 9 great families. It had its own dignity and would not tolerate provocation. Then I now declare war on the golden-winged rock race and the legalism. The old lady spoke. She was very cold and domineering. As she spoke, she waved her hand and directly slapped over. A clear palm print immediately appeared on the face of the legalism High Lord. With a pft sound, blood spurted out from his mouth. Some of his teeth were knocked out. Then, his body was directly slapped to the ground. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He couldn't withstand a single blow. It wasn't that the High Lord of legalism wasn't strong enough. It was that the old lady was too strong. What a domineering grandmother! Chiyeshi and Sima Muhan gasped. Their eyes shone brightly. They were very excited. Then, the 2 girls turned to look at their grandmother and ancestor. The meaning in their eyes was very clear. Look at the expert of the golden-winged rock race. That was called domineering and domineering. Legalism didn't even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, Bing Mo and old freak Xing Hun were also astonished. They seemed to have guessed the old lady's identity in the golden-winged great rock. Looking at the gazes of Qi Yi Shi and Sima Muhan, the old monster and Bing Mo could only helplessly smile bitterly, as if they were responding. This was the 4 golden-winged great rocks. Their group of supreme beasts didn't have much to worry about, and they were all incomparably domineering masters. This old lady was also an absolute expert in the golden-winged great rocks, unlike them, who had too much to do with their every move. The old lady did not kill the Lord of legalism because she was humiliating him. So what if she was deliberately provoking him? When had the golden-winged great rocks ever been afraid of starting a war with anyone? What a disgrace! This is legalism's disgrace today. Hurry up and ask the ancestors to come out of seclusion. The surrounding people shouted loudly and wailed incessantly. In the dignified legalism, someone had barged into their territory and started a massacre. Blood flowed like a river. The Dharma body of the old lord was killed, and the Lord was slapped in the face. This was a humiliation that legalism had never experienced since ancient times. The old lady's domineering attitude, declaring war without hesitation, made the legalism even more stunned. Only then did they realize that if they threatened to start a war in front of the golden-winged great rocks, they would take it seriously. Legalism, one of the 9 great clans, you think that you are the greatest clan in the world, looking down on all living things. Are you used to being high and mighty? Today, you actually dared to make a move on my golden-winged great rocks, daring to make a move on my grandson. Today, I will make you remember this, otherwise, you will not know what the golden-winged great rocks are. The old lady spoke. As her voice faded, her figure appeared in front of an old man. This old man was none other than the gloomy old man who had led the group to deal with Du Xiaofu. As soon as her figure appeared, the old lady immediately attacked and slapped her palm. Boom! A vast aura permeated the air, and golden light suddenly erupted. One could vaguely see that the space around the palm was collapsing, as if there was a black hole in the universe. This kind of terrifying strength was not something that the latter could resist. No, the old man was shocked, and his eyes were filled with fear. His pupils were constricting, and the terrifying aura alone was enough to make him tremble in fear. At this moment, he felt the aura of death, and he did not even have the strength to resist. Sister, give your elder sister some face. Legalism will give you an explanation. Suddenly, a voice rang out, resounding in the sky and spreading in all directions. Swish, as the voice rang out, the old lady's expression did not change, but her palm quietly changed, turning into a claw. As if tearing the void apart, 5 pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in front of her fingertips, flashing with golden light. Then, she directly grabbed the old man's neck. Suddenly, the old man was lifted up in the old lady's hand like a little chick. At the same time, an old woman appeared in the sky in front of the ancient city. She wore a plain dress and slowly walked over. She looked old, but her steps were vigorous, and she had a similar temperament to the old lady. Under her faint eyebrows was a face full of wrinkles, as if the passage of time was written on it. "Sister, we meet again," the old lady said with a smile. The old woman spoke, carrying a bit of a smile, only, her smile was a bit bitter. This old lady was none other than Elder Ming. The old lady waved her hand and threw the old man in her hand towards the ancient city in front of her. Bang bang! With a low muffled sound, the old man's body was thrown several thousand feet through the air, and heavily smashed into the edge of the ancient city. Many of the ancient buildings in the ancient city were directly destroyed, and his body was buried in a pile of rubble. It was very miserable, and he could not even withstand a single blow like an ant. This kind of tyranny shocked countless legalism, and their eyes were dazed, and their hearts were filled with fear. The seemingly amiable old lady was actually so tyrannical, and so valiant to such a terrifying extent. "You should know why I'm here." The old lady raised her eyes and looked at Elder Ming. "I know." Elder Ming smiled bitterly and nodded. "You know that he's my grandson." The old lady spoke, and her voice suddenly became sharper. Elder Ming still smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. She indeed knew, but she did not know the change in legalism's attitude towards the end. When she found out, it was already too late. However, she could not say anything at this moment. She could not explain, and there was no need to explain. She was only a servant in legalism, and she never interfered in legalism's matters. What could she do? Perhaps it was best that the old lady came personally at this moment. In her heart, legalism did indeed need to wake up. Golden-winged rocks, do you really think there's no one in legalism? You're provoking legalism! Boom! Suddenly, behind the huge city, the world trembled, and a vast wave swept through the entire legalism. That terrifying wave shook the world, and runes covered the sky, shining in all directions, as if a god was descending. Under that terrifying aura, all the disciples of legalism raised their heads, and their hearts trembled for no reason. In just an instant 2 figures appeared in the distant sky. They were surrounded by resplendent runes, and it was as if the sun was shining in the sky. The 2 ancestors have come out of seclusion at the same time. The voices of some legalism elders and experts trembled, and their bodies trembled. They were clearly very surprised, as if they had seen a life-saving straw. "The 2 of you are still alive? That's good. Today, let me exercise my muscles and bones, and see how much you 2 have improved over the years." The old lady raised her eyes and glanced at the 2 incomparably dazzling figures in the sky, but she still did not put them in her heart. "Garuda Mola, why is it you?" The 2 dazzling figures seemed to have recognized the old lady at this moment, and their voices changed. The resplendent light on their bodies dissipated in the air, and the 2 figures descended from the sky. They were 2 old men in their 60s, and at this moment, they looked at the old lady with ugly expressions. Looking at the bloody scene behind the old lady, the two old men's minds swept through the entire legalism, and when they realized that the old lady had killed her way here, their faces became even more gloomy.